good afternoon, everybody. Welcome to our City Council meeting. Today is Tuesday, September 8th, 2020. It's approximately 1 p.m. Before we begin, before we have our Pledge of Allegiance, I want to ask if you please rise for a brief moment of silence as we reflect back on the brave men and women of the United States Armed Forces as they protect our interests around the globe, as well as the courageous men and women of Las Cruces Police Department and Las Cruces Fire Department as they keep our city safe 24/7, 365. Councilor Vasquez, if you join me in the Pledge of Allegiance, please.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America.
To the Republic.
Can you guys hear me?
Yes, I can hear you.
And to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
All right, thank you. Now we're going to have Jennifer Martinez from our communications office introduce our pet of the week.
All right, good afternoon, Mayor and Council. I am Jennifer Martinez with the city's communications office, and today I have the privilege of introducing you to Rachel. Are you able to see Rachel on your screen?
Yes.
Okay, perfect. With summer wrapping up and autumn on its way, you can prepare for cooler temperatures with a friend like Rachel. She loves attention and always wants to be a part of the fun. She's playful and active, so she'll keep you feeling energetic for all seasons to come. If you give her a treat, she will definitely give you her heart. Well, the hours of operation at the Animal Service Center of the Mesilla Valley are Monday through Friday, noon to 6 p.m., and on Saturday and Sunday, noon to 5 p.m. You're still being asked to call and make an appointment. If you'd like to go visit any of these animals, the number is 382-0018. As of right now, the offsite adoption events are canceled until further notice. But if you are interested in adopting, you can go to ascmv.org/adoptions. The cost is $25. You will look for an animal number on that website and then call to make an appointment to actually go down and visit with this animal that you've chosen. Again, that number is 382-0018. I think today we want to talk about warmer temperatures because we are looking to be in the upper 90s, maybe not so much for the rest of the week, but I think we'll talk about cooler temperatures coming up in the next few weeks. Never leave pets outside for long periods of time. If you can, provide water and shade, keep them from resting on concrete, groom them regularly, exercise when it's cooler, like in the morning or evening, and then of course provide cool or frozen treats if you can. Today, we like to talk about some COVID tips the communications office does, but today I'd like to take this opportunity to help the community engagement office get a message out about the Las Cruces Safe Promise. You can visit COVID19LasCruces.com. That address is on the bottom of your screen there. What you do is you'll go to that website and you'll see it will look just like this. If you look at the blue bar on the left, you will see that I highlighted it in red, Las Cruces Safe Promise. Now, really by committing to keep the community safe by following COVID safe practices, you can help actually support local businesses. If you take the promise and sign up on our website, your name will be also listed on the city's website as having made this promise, and you're helping to protect yourself and those around you. And you can get more information on our website. Again, las-cruces.org is our normal web address. There is a hot topic on there that provides more information and a little bit more about signing up. And then again, if you want, you can go to that COVID19LasCruces.com to actually sign up. And thank you so much, Mayor. Have a great afternoon.
Okay, thank you, Jennifer. So next we're going to go to Jobs of the Week, and I believe, well, I'll just turn it over to Dr. Pallares to introduce either our speaker or he himself who's going to announce those jobs.
Mr. Mayor, members of the City Council, good afternoon. Ms. Arlene Lopez is on the line and she's going to start doing the Jobs of the Week. Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Francisco. Thank you, Mayor, members of the council. I just want to get my screen and the presentation mode so that it's bigger. Come on. There we go. No, I went too far now. Okay. So the jobs of the week that we have right now, general maintenance technician, well, it's general maintenance, and this is for Tresco Inc. And this is open until filled. And I just want to make the announcement that there are actually lots and lots of opportunities with Tresco between here and White Sands Missile Range, and even in the areas kind of surrounding Las Cruces. So definitely check out their website. And then we have a buncher operator and a multi-wire drawing operator. That is with CN Wire, and that's also open until filled. We have program specialists with the South Central Council of Governments. That's also open until filled. We have a registered nurse. That's also with Tresco Inc., open until filled. And we also have a finance manager for the South Central Regional Transit District, and that's also open until filled. And then for a complete list of job opportunities, you can go to employnm.com and also governmentjobs.com /careers, and you'll be able to browse all the opportunities that are available there. And for more information about the positions that we have available, that the employers that we're working with, or any other information in regards to the services Workforce Connection offers, locally, you may reach us at 575-524-6250. And our office is 226 South Alameda Boulevard, Las Cruces 88001. And then, of course, our website is the EmployNM, and that's the same website you can go to for employers to be able to post a job if they want to get one posted. And then also for individuals who are looking for jobs to search. And that's it, Mr. Mayor. Thank you. I'll stand for questions.
Well, thank you very much, Darlene. And we appreciate that. Okay, so next we're going to go to the presentation of certificates. And I have one I'm going to read to the Risk Management Department, and then Councilor Vasquez has a couple that he's going to read after that. So let me just begin by saying, we're very fortunate that the city of Las Cruces has a Risk Management Department. You'd probably wouldn't believe that a lot of cities don't. And a lot of counties for sure don't. So the other day, there was an organization that actually recovers monies from third-party claims. So for example, if I ran into Councilor Vasquez and hit his truck and his truck damaged the stop sign, they're more interested in fixing one another's truck. But sometimes the city just comes along and puts a stop sign up and off we go. Well, just to let you know, even the city of Atlanta doesn't really go after third-party claims. And so I guess I never really asked. And so they made a presentation to us, to David, myself, Jennifer, and the risk manager, Carl Conley. And lo and behold, turns out that we do. And they actually collect about almost exact same monies that this company was going to do. So for that, I was really impressed. One, that they do this, because when you have larger cities not doing this, and Carl's out there and his team finding all kinds of claims to file and bring money back into the city, is why I'm going to give him or his team. I tried to give it to him, and he said to the team. So this is to the risk management team, City of Las Cruces, the Mayor's Citation for Public Service. Carl and his risk management team have consistently recovered over $250,000 annually from third-party claims for the City of Las Cruces, dated this 8th day of September 2020, signed by myself. So Carl and risk management team, thank you for all your hard work, for what you all do on behalf of the City Council, your city management team, and the taxpayers of Las Cruces. And so, and since risk management falls under Jennifer's department, I guess she gets kudos also. So congratulations on everybody. Yeah, there you go. Okay, very good. So we'll get that sent out to you all. Just wanted to read that to members of council. And by the way, for those of you who aren't aware, our new city manager, Ifo Pili, is joining us. And so Ifo, it's good to see you. I know you have some comments towards the end of the meeting, but I just wanted to let everyone know that you're on board, and good to have you here.
Thank you, Mayor.
Okay, so next is going to be Councilor Vasquez, who has a couple proclamations. Councilor Vasquez.
Thank you, Mayor. All right. So we will start with our first proclamation here. This is for New Mexico Disabled American Veterans Day, submitted by you, the mayor, and it reads as such. Whereas Disabled American Veterans, DAV, was founded by World War I veterans on September 25th, 1920, and chartered by an act of Congress on June 17th, 1932, and Whereas in 2020, DAV celebrates 100 years of serving veterans of the armed forces, their families, survivors, and communities. DAV is dedicated to a single purpose: empowering veterans to lead high-quality lives with respect and dignity. And whereas DAV accomplishes this by ensuring veterans and their families have access to the full range of benefits available to them, by fighting for the interests of America's injured heroes, and by educating the public about the needs of veterans transitioning back to civilian life. And whereas DAV provides free professional assistance to veterans and their families in obtaining benefits and services provided by the United States Department of Veteran Affairs and other agencies, and DAV also provides outreach concerning its programs and services to the American people generally and to disabled veterans and their families specifically. And whereas DAV represents the interest of disabled veterans, their families, their widowed spouses, and their orphans before the federal government, as well as state and local governments, and DAV has fought tirelessly for equal access to critical VA caregiver benefits and services for severely disabled veterans of all generations, resulting in legislation to expand eligibility to those injured prior to September 11, 2001, as part of the VA Mission Act. And whereas DAV co-presents the National Disabled Veterans Winter Sports Clinic and National Disabled Veterans Tea Tournament, has organized the nationwide DAV transportation network to provide free transportation for veterans to VA medical appointments, operates an active charitable service trust funding the needs of local providers, assisting at-risk local veterans, has built an active volunteer corps offering thousands of hours of service to our veterans and communities, offers veterans, transitioning military members, and spouses access to employers through its nationwide job fair program, provides emergency assistance to veterans in need through the DAV Disaster Relief Program, and operates the Jesse Brown Memorial Youth Scholarship Program to contribute to the lives of young Americans. Now, therefore, we, the mayor and the city council of the city of Las Cruces, New Mexico, do hereby proclaim Tuesday, September 8th, 2020, as New Mexico Disabled American Veterans Day. Thank you so much for all the services you provide. I've had a chance to work with the DAV while I worked with Senator Heinrich's office in connecting veterans to the types of claims that oftentimes got stuck in the federal logjam. And I can say firsthand that those DAV representatives are so key in connecting veterans with both the state and federal resources that they need to live better lives. And certainly those disability claims are a big part of them being able to live out the rest of their lives with honor and with the type of care they need. So thank you to the DAV. Thank you, Mayor, for submitting that proclamation.
Thank you, Councilor.
I will go on to our second proclamation, our last proclamation here. This one is the proclamation for Walk to End Alzheimer's Day in the city of Las Cruces, submitted by Emily Chaddock. And the organization is Alzheimer's Association, the New Mexico chapter. The proclamation reads, whereas approximately 43,000 New Mexicans currently live with Alzheimer's disease, and that number is expected to increase to 53,000 by 2025. And whereas 108,000 family and friends in New Mexico provide 1.6 billion in uncompensated care for their loved ones who have Alzheimer's disease and subject to high levels of physical and emotional stress. And whereas Alzheimer's disease is the 6th leading cause of death in the United States and the only cause of death in the top 10 that cannot be treated, prevented, or cured. And whereas Alzheimer's is the most expensive disease in America, with care costs set to skyrocket in the years ahead. And whereas the Alzheimer's Association, in its mission, leads the way to end Alzheimer's and all other dementia by accelerating global research, driving risk reduction and early detection, and maximizing quality care and support. Its vision being a world without Alzheimer's and all other dementia. And whereas thousands of New Mexicans during the months of September and October will walk together and apart to raise awareness and funds through statewide walks to end Alzheimer's events. Now, therefore, we, the mayor and city council of the city of Las Cruces, New Mexico, do hereby proclaim Saturday, September 19th, 2020, as Walk to End Alzheimer's Day in the city of Las Cruces, New Mexico. And I will just say that's a wonderful community event and a wonderful longstanding organization, part of the network of nonprofits that provide that care to those that are ill in our community that just do terrific work. And I know that's a very popular event. So despite COVID this year, I hope that they're able to be successful in their fundraising efforts, and good that we honor them with this proclamation as well. That's it for me, Mayor. Thank you.
Thank you, Counselor. I appreciate that. Okay, now we go to the conflict of interest statement. This is where I'll ask if any member of the city council, city manager, or any of his city staff has any known conflict of interest on any item on the agenda.
None.
Mayor.
None.
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 Seeing none. Now we're going to go to public participation. I don't recall receiving any emails for anyone wanting to say anything. So we'll go next to motion to accept the agenda.
So moved by Flores.
Second, Como.
Motion made by Councilor Flores, second by Councilor Bencomo.
Mayor?
Accept the, yes?
I wanted to pull a couple of items,
Oh, yeah, sure.
6.1 and 6.2.
6.1, 6.2, okay. Is that okay to Councilors Bencomo, and I'm sorry, who made the motion?
Flores.
Flores, is that okay if we go ahead and accept that motion with those two items being pulled off for discussion?
I have to
Yes.
think about it. Absolutely.
Good. All right. So Christine, you call the vote, please. Removing items 6.1 and 2 for 6.1, 6.2 for discussion.
This is on the motion to accept the agenda with the removal of items 6.1 and 6.2 for discussion. Councilor Betastuvi,
Yes.
Councilor Vasquez,
Yes.
Councilor Bencomo,
Yes.
Councilor Sork,
Yes.
Councilor Flores,
Yes.
Councilor Gandara,
Yes.
Mayor.
Yes. Okay, so we're going to go to item 6.1, which is resolution 21-039. Need a motion, a second, please.
Move to approve.
Second, Gandara.
A motion made by Councilor Sorg, second by Mayor Pro Tem Gandara, and I believe Jamie Rickman is going to be discussing. Oh, Mayor Pro Tem, did you have a question or did you want a full presentation on this?
No, I'd like a full presentation. I think it's important that the community knows that this is what we're doing and why.
Okay.
Oh, good afternoon, everyone. Thank you, Mr. Mayor, councilors, and administrators, and our new city manager, Mr. Pili. Thank you very much for this opportunity. I appreciate that. I'm going to share my screen with you, and I hope that it works well. I hope someone's got my back to be able to do that. So hang on just a moment, please. This is my first time at doing this, so. Okay. Are you able to see?
Yes.
Okay, very good. Well, thank you very much again. My name is Jamie Rickman, Community Engagement Manager for the City of Las Cruces. We are presenting this resolution for your consideration today based on recent actions that are happening nationwide. This resolution is modeled after the one that has been presented to the Doña Ana County Commission, and it addresses an issue where the current administration is trying to limit immigrants in the 2020 census from being counted, which affects reapportionment. And this has been done through a presidential memorandum. And I'm trying to advance to the next slide.
Jamie, it's in your lower right-hand corner, sorry.
There we go.
Right-hand corner.
Some critical points for this, as you can read here, is that The census has been established since 1790, and every person has the right to be counted regardless of who they are. And as long as they're within the country, they are to be counted at that time of the census is occurring. The census is the basis for federal funds for essential public services that runs a gamut from, gosh, all kinds of things, housing, agriculture, lots of different sectors. I've only mentioned a couple, but it's super important for healthcare and many, many other things, also related to public safety. The presidential memorandum, as you may remember, was released on July 21st of this year, and it seeks to exclude certain populations. And then in January, the White House administration will be presenting the census results to Congress. And this is when they will consider the information for the reapportionment for congressional seats. So today we're asking the two key points of this resolution. The first one is by approving this resolution, you'd be supporting the New Mexico Attorney General and other relevant agencies and representatives in their action to defend the rights of undocumented and immigrant residents to be included in the 2020 census. And then the second part, which is very interesting, I thought too, is that it requests that the state to review, or the state reviews the issue of geocodes and undercounting residents whose only address is a post office box. And to understand this better is that a lot of folks who are difficult to count in the census live remotely and their only address is a PO box. So, or they're transient population, so they're moving around a lot and their PO box is their permanent residence, so to speak. And so the question is to review those geocodes to make sure they're accurate and that they're included because it represents a significant population. And so those are the two issues that we're looking at today for this resolution. And so here are your council options: yes to approve, no to deny, vote to amend, and vote to table. We're kind of running up against a deadline. I don't know if you heard, but over the weekend, a federal judge had placed a restraining order on the White House administration that's in place until September 17th for the administration to stop adjusting dates and timelines or deadlines for the census to conclude. Initially, the census, because of COVID-19, was to continue until October 31st with their door knockers, with the enumerators who go door to door. That had been moved up to September 30th. And then recently there had been talk about even upping that deadline further. As it is, the deadline of September 14th is the end for enumerators to be going door to door. And so that's only next week. It doesn't give very much time. And you can still submit your census up until September 30th. But the restraining order was put in place to prevent any more adjustments to deadlines. So with that, I will present, I stand for questions. My apologies.
Thank you. Looks like Councilor Sorg has a question.
Not a question, Mr. Mayor. I just wanted to make a comment. Councilors Zepeda Stube and Mayor Pro Tem Gondara and I were passing out masks to the public over at the Doña Ana Community College last Thursday night. And we asked every car that went by if they had done their census, have filled out the census. And I forget how many cars we had. We had quite a few cars coming through, but at least 5 of them did not. And so we got them in the right direction to do their census then. So there's people that still have not done that. And so this is good that we're passing this resolution. Mr. Mayor, thank you. And thank you, Ms. Rickman, for that lovely presentation.
Well, thank you, sir.
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem.
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you, Jamie, and your staff, and for all the hard work. I've appreciated your people being so involved, and the kind of PIOs and videos that have been put together in collaboration with other partners in the county. I think it has turned out very very well. So I first want to give deep gratitude to you all. I know it's not been easy. Jamie, can you speak a little more in detail about the lawsuit that we're involved in, and or maybe Jennifer Vega Brown can do that?
If I may, I would prefer to defer to Ms. Vega Brown for that detail.
Jennifer, are you there? Let's see if she's there.
I just don't have information on the lawsuit to be able to provide enough information. I can give you information on where we're at as a state, county, and city in terms of the responses, but not in terms of the lawsuit.
Well, why don't you do that, Jamie, and give Ms. Vega Brown an opportunity to get back on, or I'm not sure what.
Okay.
But I'd love to hear the stats, where we're at, and what sort of places that we're focusing specifically, or where we should be focusing specifically.
And as a matter of background, this is Jamie Rickman again. As a matter of background, the city and the county are co-sponsors co-sponsors of the Doña Ana Counts Complete Count Committee. And so we're both co-chairs of that committee, and that committee comprises many, many agencies throughout the city and the county as well. So we each share our information in terms of where we're at, what we need to do, how we share materials, and that sort of thing. So with regard to the counts, what we are from this morning, Las Cruces is at 65.8% response rate, and that's up just 0.1% from 2010. And this information was actually on September 6th. So it's as current as that. So we might be farther than that now. These next weeks are going to be very fruitful, I think, in terms of getting these numbers up. There's a lot of advertising that's happening in the community. Doña Ana County, it's the county proper, and this is as of September 4th, is at 58.8%. Their 2010 number was at 60.1%. New Mexico as a whole is really surpassing its 2010 count. So right now, New Mexico has a 79.9 response rate as compared to the 2010 response rate of 60%. And so I know that they're really pulling out all the stops for advertising and getting out there and getting the enumerators really in those hard to reach places, those folks where they have the mailboxes and they're just super hard to reach. And that's where the most focus is right now. And how that affects the city is that we are focused on a lot of social media outreach. And we feel that that's the best use of our resources at this last run at the finish line. So, and with that, that's all I really have. Thank you.
Thank you, Jamie. Jennifer Vega Brown on?
I don't know. Jennifer, it shows that you're here.
Do you have video?
No, there she is.
Okay. I'm sorry, Mayor. I was having connection problems, so I came to Robert's office.
Okay.
Sorry. What was your question?
Yes, thank you, Jennifer. My question was, could you tell us a little more about the lawsuit and what that entails and what we're hoping for? And then my second question is, it spoke of the review, have the state review the geocodes, and I didn't know what that entailed.
We're an amicus on several lawsuits. I'm trying to look at the case name. Primarily, there's one currently with the state of New York versus Donald Trump, and it has to do with, there are several. There are so many. We're involved in probably, I would say about 6 at this point. We've added to City of Los Angeles and county. We've joined in several of those. They range in issue from the DACA issue. There was some immigrant issues where we jumped on as amicus for I'm trying to craft my words carefully, where the administration was seeking to deport students. We jumped on that amicus. The one that we are currently involved in with the state of New York is a bit complicated. It has to do with several things, and they're breaking it out into several issues, but it surrounds DACA and the desire for the administration to begin or continue deportation. We're seeking to get a restraining order for that. The city, there are many cities. I think there are over 30. City of Albuquerque has also joined. So there are at least 2 cities in New Mexico, but the issues are varied, and I can provide a list. I was starting to compile a list of everything with all the issues. I've only recently started to send you the briefs because they're long, but I will compile a list of everything that has the subject matter, because there are different issues with each case, but they all have to do with the city's, in support of the city's position to be immigrant friendly and to allow as many people in as we can. We are a welcoming city, and we're continuing to support that.
Thank you, Jennifer. So specifically, how does this relate to this particular, the census?
I'm sorry, there's another amicus, and I'll have to get the detail of that one because I haven't received the final on that. That one was also has to do with the ability to count every individual in this country. So we are also supporting that move to count everyone that is present in this country.
Thank you, Jennifer. And then I guess I'm understanding that this particular amicus is also to ask the states to review the geocodes, or is that a separate issue?
I believe that's a separate issue, and I can get more detail on that.
Okay. Thank you, Jennifer.
Thank you.
My questions, Mayor. Thank you.
You're welcome. Let's see, Councilor Bencomo, you have a comment?
Yes, thank you, Mayor. And thank you so much, Jamie, for your presentation, but everything you've been doing around the census, it's been really incredible. I actually was going to ask about the response rate, so I'm glad you jumped in there with that to get that, for us to get that information. I'm nervous. I think, we have, what is it, like 20, I don't even know, 22 days?
Mm-hmm.
And so, it's so important for folks to understand to do the census. This weekend, I met a enumerator, a census worker. I filled out my census like in April, but I was pulling my weeds, and she was knocking on my neighbor's door, and so they're out there. And so if you don't want to talk to people and you want to avoid someone coming to your house, just go and do the census now online. But I'm really glad and I'm really proud that we're doing this resolution. Just some numbers. It's estimated that 1 out of 10 New Mexicans is an immigrant. That 2/3 of those are living in mixed status homes. So there are thousands of undocumented New Mexicans who are at risk of not being counted. Not only is that inhumane and comes from a really nasty place, but that's also really detrimental to the next 10 years of infrastructure needs for communities, housing, clinics, all of these resources, right, that a poor state like New Mexico and a poor county like Doñana really rely on. And so I'm glad that we're pushing for this. And of course, for my fellow immigrant community to know that the census is completely confidential, and to go ahead and fill it out, make yourself counted, make your family counted, and it really matters. So I'm really glad that we're doing this, and I'll be excited to see the results at the end of the year. So thank you so much, Jamie.
You're welcome.
Okay, thank you, Councilor. Councilor Flores?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. And I just want to thank Jamie I've missed you, Jamie.
Missed you too.
And thank you so much for your excellent presentation and your team with your leadership has really done an excellent job on the census issue. And so I just want to thank you from the bottom of my heart for your dedication to this. And I hope we get our numbers straight so we can get some money for our state. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you.
Yeah, we can't let Rio Rancho pass us. So. Let's see here. We got Councilor Vasquez. Yes. Councilor Vasquez, before you begin, Robert, you have your hand up, but I take that was Jennifer, or is that you, Robert Cabello? Probably just an error. Okay, Councilor Vasquez, go ahead.
Thank you, Mayor. I just want to say I fully support this resolution, and thank you for putting it on the agenda. So critically important for us not to forget about everybody who contributes to our communities and our society and pays taxes and deserves to have the quality of services that the federal government provides. And so being able to make sure we can count everybody is good for everybody. That's good for our entire community because we all share services, we all share funds, and so it's really important. And I think part of what the administration was trying to do here was to discourage and to scare undocumented folks or mixed status folks from participating in the census. And so even if he doesn't get his way, he probably will have already scared off a bunch of people from participating, which is really unfortunate. But regardless, I am proud to serve with you guys for supporting this as well. So thank you. Those are all my comments on that.
Thank you, Councilor. Okay, well, it looks like that's it. So if there's nothing further, Christine?
This is on the motion to approve Resolution 21-039. Councilor Bettis-Stuvey?
Yes.
Councilor Vasquez?
Yes.
Councilor Bencomo?
Yes.
Councilor Sork?
Yes.
Councilor Flores?
Yes.
Councilor Gondara?
Yes.
Mayor?
Yes. All right, item 6.2, Resolution 21-040. A motion and a second, please.
Move to approve.
Second.
Okay, motion made by Councilor Sork, second by Councilor Bettis-Stuvey. And it looks like Andy Hume is going to discuss. Mayor Pro Tem, did you have a question or do you want a full presentation on this? Full presentation? Okay. Andy?
Good afternoon, Mr. Chair and members of council. This is Andy Hume, Airport Administrator with the Economic Development Department. And I have a very brief presentation for you. So the purpose of this item before you is to bring before you a minor amendment to the lease on parcel 50 here at the airport. The lease currently exists between the City of Las Cruces and New Mexico State University's Physical Science Lab. And just give a little bit of background here. They've actually been tenants for quite a long time. They're outstanding tenants here at the airport. We're very happy to have them with us. What we need to do is make a minor amendment, but an amendment that is quite significant. And so right now what we have is we have some insurance requirements that don't completely or accurately reflect our relationship between them from an insurance perspective. And so what we've done is we've provided an update to the lease. Now, I want to point out that both Risk Management and NMSU have reviewed this new language and concur with the proposed amendment, and no other changes to this lease are being proposed. It's only to update the insurance. And this is the language. I'm not going to read through the entire language. One of the things that's very important is that a governmental entity cannot indemnify another agency. And so that's what the current insurance requirements essentially are doing. And so this is fixing that language and making sure that number one, NMSU completely agrees to provide proof of insurance. That's never been an issue at all. But we want to make sure that this is in line with state law. And so that's what this amendment is doing. Like I said, it's a minor amendment in size. It's only one clause, but it's significant in making sure that our insurance requirements are in alignment. So that's what this amendment is about. And with that, Mr. Chair, I'll be happy to address any questions.
Thanks, Andy. It looks like Councilor Vasquez has a question. And Mayor Pro Tem. Councilor Vasquez, did you have a comment or question?
Sorry about that, Mayor. Forgot to put my hand down.
Oh, okay, no problem. Mayor Pro Tem, you have a question or comment?
I do. Thank you, Andy, for your presentation. So is it safe? So it's because it's a government entity and they felt like the language needed to be changed to what was just posted up there. And that's yes.
Yes, Mr. Mayor and Mayor Pro Tem, the language that currently exists is pretty much standard language that we have between the city and any other private entity.
Okay.
Since NMSU is not a private entity, but rather a public entity, this actually is the correct language that is needed between two public entities in order to meet state law.
Okay, Andy, so do you have other leases that this might apply that are government run, such as New Mexico State University? And if so, has those been reviewed to be changed? Changed? Or is...
Oh, I'm sorry.
Go ahead.
Mayor Pro Tem, you cut out just for a minute there. Could you please repeat your question?
Oh, sure. I know you have other leases out there. And do other leases that fit this particular, like New Mexico State University, a government or a public entity, have you reviewed those leases and changed it to reflect this particular language?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor Pro Tem. That's an excellent question. At this point in time, we're only aware of NMSU being in this situation because they are an entity of the state of New Mexico. We are currently undergoing a review of all airport leases.
Good.
And with that underway, items like this will be caught during those leases, if any other exist. Right now, every other lease that we're aware of fits in different categories other than NMSU.
Perfect. That's what I was looking for, Andy, is the review process to make sure that we're meeting, the particular law, if you will. So thank you, Mayor.
Mm-hmm. Councilor Flores.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and thank you, Madam Mayor Pro Tem, for pulling this from the calendar, I think from the consent agenda. And thank you, Andy, for your presentation. Always concise, to the point, and on point. Yeah, and I think that the question that Mayor Pro Tem had is very important insofar as the entities that might, and what came to mind was the National Guard. Can you explain our relationship with the National Guard and whether they fall into this, since we're talking about the insurance risk? Mr. Hume?
Sure. Thank you very much, Mr. Mayor and Councilor Flores. We have, the National Guard currently uses two hangars. One hangar is through a private entity, and so this would not impact their subleasing, so they do not have a direct lease with us. The other hangar they lease from us did not appear to have this problem in their lease. So we caught it this time with them. This lease is a much older lease that we've had with New Mexico State. And I think that's why it found its way in this particular lease. This lease is 15 years old. So I think it just might be some old language that got held over from a previous template.
So, Mr. Hume, Andy, does that mean that if National Guard had been a lessee as long as NMSU has been, would it be subject to the same clause in the risk, the insurance risk there? Or why is it that they're not a part of it?
Sure, Madam Chair, or Mr. Mayor and Councilor Flores. Like I said, we did not find this particular issue in the New Mexico National Guard clause or lease. They have updated their lease on a much more frequent basis. Plus, it's a facility lease, not a land lease. So it would be reviewed on a much more frequent basis than the New Mexico State was between now and 2005.
Great. And thank you again, Mr. Hume, for the excellent work you're doing. I know that at one of our meetings, one of your advisory board meetings, this came up and a presentation was done by our risk manager explaining all that. And we did go through some of the provisions. But thank you for coming upon this and taking care of it. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you.
Thank you. Jennifer, you have a comment?
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you, Council. As the Mayor mentioned earlier, on Exhibit A in your packet, you will see that the signature lines have David Maes as interim city manager. We'll change that to Ifo Pili as city manager, and that's a clerical error. We can reprint that and for signatures, but it does not require a formal amendment.
Okay. It's your first document there to sign there, Ifo. All right, sounds good. Mayor Pro Tem, do you have anything else? No? Okay.
I don't, Mayor. Thank you.
Okay, so if there's nothing further, Christine?
This is on the motion to approve resolution 21-040. Counselor Beta-Stuvi,
Yes.
Counselor Vasquez,
Yes.
Counselor Bencomo,
Yes.
Counselor Sorg,
Yes.
Counselor Flores,
Yes.
Counselor Gandara,
Yes.
Mayor.
Yes. Okay, that takes care of that. So now we're going to go to item 7.1, resolution 21-043. Need a
Move
motion?
to approve. I'll second it then.
Who made the motion?
Councilor Vasquez.
Oh, okay.
And I seconded it.
Yeah. Sounded like you had done both, Councilor Sword. Just change your
Yeah, I
vote.
actually did, but I'll give it to Councilor Vasquez this time.
All right. Motion made by Councilor Vasquez, second by Councilor Sorg. Looks like David Dallahan is going to discuss.
Good afternoon, Mr. Mayor, members of council, David Dallahan for the record. Before you is a resolution renaming the city's newly constructed water quality lab after Dr. Jorge A. Garcia. Dr. Garcia, or Dr. G as some of us know him, has a Bachelor of Science, a Master's of Science, and a PhD, all from Utah State University. While he was in college, he worked at the International Irrigation Center at Utah State between 1984 and 1989, which provided services throughout the southwestern United States, El Salvador, Morocco, and Brazil. He was also a key contributor to the hydraulics of wells, the ASCE Manual's Reports on Engineering Practices number 127. He's both a licensed professional engineer in New Mexico and Colorado. He's been married to Rhonda Skaggs, who is a professor emeritus at NMSU for 34 years. Is the proud father of Jorge Garcia and Sonia Garcia, both who serve in our armed forces. Jorge's in the Navy Submarine Corps, and Sonia is pursuing her medical degree at UNM and is in the Medical Corps. He's also an avid mountain biker and an older car fan. I wouldn't call him an antique car fan because some of his cars are just not that old, but he's an older car fan and he likes to work on his own cars in his own time. He's started work with the city in November of 1989 as a utilities design engineer. Then he became the chief utilities engineer before he became utilities director in 2001. He retired as of about a week and a half ago. He's had key accomplishments and contributions to the city on behalf of the utilities, including the establishment of the board, the current board of commissioners for the Las Cruces utilities, and the current utility rate setting process. He was instrumental in the Griggs Walnut Superfund site, the construction of the actual treatment facility, and the recently completed consent decree with the U.S. Department of Justice and the EPA. He also was the lead staff person in the acquisition of the Coronado Water Company a couple of years ago and its associated water rights. The Texas v. New Mexico and Colorado Supreme Court case he's been instrumental in, and the current and recently completed phase 1 and the ongoing phase 2 of the investment grade audit that will serve our water, wastewater, and gas departments. For those reasons presented in the resolution, we ask for your consideration. The water quality lab is pictured on the slide before you. Well, the resolution, if approved, would rename it Jorge A. Garcia Water Quality Laboratory. Your standard options prevail, Mayor. I will point out to you that we do need one amendment. Working on the case in short order, we had a typographical error. I transposed the address. So your resolution needs to be amended to change the address throughout the resolution to 2845 West Amador Avenue versus the 2485 that was published. For that, I'll stand for questions, Mayor.
Thanks, David. Wow, that's pretty impressive. Although I think I saw something there that probably got the eyebrow of EFO. So EFO, is Utah State a big rivalry of BYU?
You know, when we beat them all the time, we don't really consider them a rival.
Oh, okay.
Kidding, I'm just kidding.
Okay, no problem. I like that response. Okay, so let's see who has anything they want to say. Councilor Sorg, Vasquez, Gondara, and Bencomo.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Mayor. And
First off, is Dr. Garcia on the is he here? I see his.
I don't see him.
Well, I see his. Let's see if he's here. See if he can. Dr. Garcia, can you?
Yeah, he's there.
Your camera on? Okay. Oh, there he is.
I'm here, Mayor.
Okay, good to see you. Yeah, you look, well, you look 10 years younger already. What, 10?
Thank you.
Week off. Okay, Councilor Sorg, go ahead.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Mayor. I got to give kudos, whoever thought of doing this. I kind of jealous that I didn't think of it even. But this is, of course, well-deserved. City Manager Healy, understand that he has been in the director of the Utilities Department all the time I've been on the City Council, and I just I'm amazed how well the Utilities Department has been running for even before I got to be on the council and the Utilities Commission. Yeah, this is a well-deserved accolade for him. And I approve of it. I did catch the Utah State little thing too. That caught my eye. So it's a shame you're not going to be able to work with him a little bit. Maybe you could call him up sometimes and get some points from him from time to time. He may not want to be bugged too much though. So good. This is a well-deserved a reward for his long service in the city to one of the best run utilities in New Mexico, no doubt. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you, Councilor. Councilor Vasquez.
Thank you, Mayor. Yeah, just want to also congratulate Dr. Garcia on his retirement and This is a well-deserved honor. He made the utility business at the city seem a lot easier than it really is, because he's a wealth of knowledge and always had the questions to every, it seemed, obscure and or had the answers to every obscure question that we found a way to ask as part of the Utilities Commission. And I know he was very, very well respected by his staff as well. I still want to put out there that one way that Dr. Garcia could ensure that the quality of that lab is still running and befitting of his name being on it is by joining the Commission Utilities Board in the future. I wouldn't want my name on something I didn't know if it was going to run okay or not. So, Dr. Garcia, hope in the future you can consider that as a volunteer in our community. But in all seriousness, very well deserved. A great resource we now have in our community, thanks to you and your team. So, thank you, Mayor.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councilor. Let's see who's next. Mayor Pro Tem.
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you, Mr. Dallahan, for your presentation. When Mayor called and asked what I thought about renaming the facility, I jumped at the chance to say an absolute yes, exclamation point. So excited, and what an honor. When I first got elected, one of the things that stood out to me was the utilities department and just how well run it was. Mr. Feely, if you haven't yet, and I don't think you have, participated in the tour that they put together, I would definitely recommend that you do so. It's really impressive, and caliber of staff that Dr. Garcia has put together, along now with his, who is now the interim director, Delilah, is just amazing. And so I'm thrilled that you definitely have left a legacy, Dr. Garcia, and I'm so excited that we're able to do that and that you're on the call. Absolutely. So
thank you.
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem. Councilor Bencomo.
Thank you, Mayor. And yes, thank you so much to whoever thought of this. Maybe it was you, Mr. Mayor. I think it's such a wonderful idea. As I was prepping for today's meeting, I got teary-eyed reading the resolution name, and honestly, that's all I wanted to say, how brilliant of an idea this is, how much I support it, how much well-deserved it is. I mean, not only is it just a cool lab and like 21st century lab, all kinds of cool stuff happening in there with all kinds of young people and students who decide to stay after they graduate. It's really incredible. I think, again, it speaks to the leadership of the utilities department. And so this is just so fitting and so well deserved.
Thank you, Councilor. Councilor Flores.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and thank you, Mr. Mayor, for proposing this resolution, the renaming or naming. And I want to thank Dr. Garcia. I don't think I had that, for his service to the city and for really perhaps having this the utilities department be a gem in New Mexico's crown of well-run utilities. So thank you again, Dr. Garcia. I hope you enjoy your retirement. And I agree with Councilor Vasquez. I think you should volunteer to make sure that things move on the way they should. I mean, who would know? Who would know that something is running well or not but you? And thank you again for your service and happy retirement. Kudos to you for all your accomplishments. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you.
Yeah, Councilor Abeda Stuvey.
Thank you, Mayor. Congratulations, Dr. Garcia. In the brief time that we got to meet each other, and I got to learn from you and so much in such a short amount of time. So this is really well deserved. We could keep naming buildings after you and bring you back every week, I guess. That's also another option. But no, you've trained your staff very well. And I'm very excited to see Interim Director Walsh around too. And I have such confidence in your department due to your great leadership. So thank you and congratulations.
Thank you.
Okay, it looks like Councilor Sorg, did you have another comment?
Mr. Mayor, I'm willing to make that amendment to this resolution to change the address.
Oh.
And then as well as I would like to see Dr. Garcia get a nice framed copy of this resolution so he could put it on his wall in his office.
Thank
So
you.
that amendment, by the way.
Okay. You gonna do the amendment?
I'll make an amendment to change the address to 2845 instead of what it is. Mr. Dallahan can add any words that need to be in the amendment.
Okay. Is there a second?
I'll second.
Motion made by Councilor Sorg, second by Councilor Vasquez. The amendment will read the address change to 2845 West Amador Avenue as opposed to what it currently is at 2485. And this will be throughout all the documents set forth. So on the amendment, Christine?
Mayor, I just wanted to clarify, was it Councilor Vasquez or Abeta Stuvey?
It was Councilor Sorg made the motion and Councilor Vasquez made the second.
Okay.
At least that's what I had.
Okay. So this is on the motion to amend Resolution 21-043 to change the address to 2845 throughout the document. Councilor Abeta Stuvey.
Yes.
Councilor Vasquez.
Yes.
Councilor Bencomo.
Yes.
Councilor Sorg.
Yes.
Councilor Flores.
Yes.
Councilor Gandara.
Yes.
Mayor.
Yes. So, okay, Mayor Pro Tem Gandara, did you have a question or you had your hand up? Or did you forget to put it down? Okay. All right, so before we go to the main motion, so Dr. Garcia, this is something new I hear, that you like older cars. So muscle cars or just older cars? You know, like 71 Dodge Challenger with a six-pack on top, or what is it that you like? What is this older cars?
No, not that fancy, Mr. Mayor. I still have the truck that brought me down to Las Cruces back in 1989. So I keep working on it and still around. So yeah, several of the vehicles are old vehicles and they're easier to work with. So.
Okay, I thought you were going to say something you liked, like the 1969 Plymouth Roadrunner, which, you know, is just a big piece of iron or something. But
Would be nice to have one of those, yeah.
Well,
Yeah,
Dr. Garcia,
they're not that great, but it's just that. Go ahead. What, Councilor Flores, you have something?
thank you. Yes, I just want to say that Dr. Garcia did drive up in his dad's car at a meeting over at the Papin Center. And as we were walking out, we all walked over to look at, the relic. But I guess it's called an antique.
Oh,
but,
wow.
That looks like a, what's it called? A tank. What's it called? A MacArthur tank? Or, it's big, isn't it, Dr. Garcia? Your dad's car?
It was
What
my
year is it?
father-in-law's car, yeah. Mhm.
Oh, yeah, like a 61 something?
No, it's a newer one, but it's a Mercury Cougar, yeah.
Yeah, that's yeah.
Okay.
It was fun. It was fun.
So, Dr. Garcia, did you want to have doctor in front of it, or did you want, because that way there prevents your son from, showing off and acting like that's his building? Huh?
It's fine the way it is, Mr. Mayor. Thank you.
Okay, well, we'll leave it.
Appreciate it.
Before we go to the vote, I just want to tell you, thank you very much for your years of service. I'm glad that everyone has had a chance to at least tell you congratulations, and you got a chance to see EFO, and there's something there that I don't know if council picked up on this the other day, but after Robert retired, maybe just Councilor Sorg and I were only ones who were aware of this, but I reached out to Dr. Garcia and asked him if he wanted to be city manager. I mean, we knew how well he ran the utilities, and we knew he could run the city. And he said no, he likes just running the utilities, and he was good. And he's been a great contribution to the city. Always worked well with our management team, and of course he's part of it. But thank you very much for all that you do. And
Thank you.
This is, a small token of our appreciation for all the years of service. When you put in close to half your life, if not more, to the city. That's a huge commitment, and we appreciate that very much.
Thank you very much, Mayor and Council. Appreciate it.
Okay, so and it's a good thing that you guys did lose to to BYU. So although you have a pretty decent basketball team, so
yeah,
the U-Tags. All right, so with that, Christine, we're ready to vote.
This is on the motion to approve Resolution 21-043 as amended. Counselor Bettis-Stuvey?
Yes.
Counselor Vasquez?
Yes.
Counselor Bencomo?
Yes.
Counselor Sorg?
Yes.
Counselor Flores?
Yes.
Counselor Gondara?
Yes.
Mayor?
Yes. All right, congratulations, Dr. Garcia. Do we put those in lights? Do we have those lit or just regular block letters? I'm just kidding. We'll let you decide. Okay, so next we go to item 7.2, resolution 21-044.
Move to approve.
Approve.
I'll second that.
Motion made by Councilor Vasquez, second by Councilor Sorg. And looks like Matt Sines and David Cedillo will be discussing.
Good afternoon. Let me share my screen for you guys. All right, so good afternoon, Mayor, members of Council, Administration. For the record, my name is Matthew Sines, Senior Budget Analyst with the Budget Office, and I'm here today to present the proposed budget adjustments for fiscal year 2021 for September. With these adjustments, there are no new programs or policy initiatives.
Hey, Matt, we're having a little problem with your quality of sound coming over. I don't know what happened. Maybe you hit the microphone. Try it again. You're muted now. You're muted. One more time, unmute.
Okay, can you hear me now?
Now it sounds good. Yeah.
Okay, sorry about that. So with these adjustments, there are no new programs or policy initiatives. The adjustments are focused on compliance and alignment. We have a couple carryover adjustments from fiscal year 2020 that we'll take a look at. We also have an increase in general fund expenditures, as well as a transfer out of the general fund. And once we have a chance to review the amendments, I'll turn it over to Interim Public Works Director, Mr. David Cedillo, to discuss the capital improvement program. Overall, what we're trying to accomplish today is to apply best practice. Now, before we get started, I just want to point out that the amounts we are requesting today are located in the column with yellow text. Also, the transaction is indicated with E for expense, R for revenue, and T for transfer, as you see at the bottom of our screen. So let's go ahead and get started. So from the general fund, Fund 1000, Quality of Life would like to carry over $75,000 for FY20 operational needs. Unfortunately, they were unable to complete some items due to COVID-19, and these items include the museum master plan, appreciation events, advertising for the movie theaters, and equipping the nature center. So our next transaction, we are transferring a total of $2 million into the liabilities claim fund, Fund 6340. So we are taking $1 million from Fund 1000, the general fund, also taking $1 million from Fund 1500, the hold harmless replacement, to equal that $2 million transfer. So with the help of the transfers and using some of the available balance on Fund 6340, we are budgeting a total of $3 million in expenditures for pending litigations. Fund 1200 Quality of Life is requesting a carryover adjustment of $43,000 for rolling stock, which includes a van replacement and a scissor lift. Fund 1500 Quality of Life is also carrying over $90,000 for the museum master plan. As I mentioned, they had some delays due to COVID-19, and they were unable to complete their community engagement and facilities visits. Fund 4100 Public Works is decreasing revenues and expenditures by $78,000. The Fire Station number 2 project was fully completed, and it was fully expended and reimbursed in FY20. Fund 5100 Utilities is reducing expenditures by $4,755 in expenditures for the Youth Conservation Core Program. So these funds will be reallocated to mirror the recent changes to the training program in utilities. So we will bring this item back once the setup has been complete and finalized. Fund 5400 Utilities Wastewater is transferring $15,000 to Fund 5460. We are also budgeting $5,772 in expenses for rolling stock. Lastly, Fund 7492, the High Intensity Drug Trafficking Area, is requesting to adjust their grants to actuals by adjusting the revenues and expenditures by $71,000. With that, I want to thank you for your time, and I'll go ahead and turn it over to Mr. Cedillo to discuss the CIP.
Thank you, Matt.
Thank you.
Thank you, Matt. Good afternoon, Mayor and Council. David Cedillo, Interim Public Works Director, and I will be going over the CIP amendments to this portion of the project. First item we have is the fiber optic cable replacement from Roundtree to JU. This project is being adjusted to actuals and being reduced by $616,000. As you recall, this came forward last month. These monies will be divvied up equally into 4 different programs at joint utilities where that project will incur the expenditures. Fire station number 2, as Mr. Sines had already gone over, is having a reduction of $78,519 to adjust that project to actuals. Next, we have the wastewater bond projects 2015A, which is increasing by $17,330, and also water miscellaneous with an increase of $80,000. As mentioned, that $616,000 for the fiber optics project is being divided equally and portioned out into each of the programs at utilities. The gas and building improvements, the solid waste building improvements, wastewater building improvements, and lastly, the water building improvements, each in the amount of $154,000. And with that, we have council's standard options, and both Mr. Sines and I are available for any questions.
Thank you. Let's see, who has any questions? Well, no questions. Okay, very good. Oh, Councilor Flores. Councilor Flores, you're muted.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. And thank you, Mr. Cedillo, and thank you also, Mr. Sines, for your presentations, respective presentations. But so, Mr. Cedillo, how is it in the slide number 6, I believe it was, if you could go back to that? Okay, so could you just explain to me why the requests are all $154,000 for all 4 categories there, the project titles listed? My brain paused and missed that. Why? I've never seen anything like that.
Yes, ma'am. Interim Public Works Director David Cedillo for the record. Mayor, Councilor Flores, the $616,000 from the project before is being divided equally for the improvement in utilities. So each program will take a cost share equal in that amount.
Great. Okay. Yes, you did explain that, but somehow it lapsed and somehow I didn't. Anyway, my brain is trying to catch up. Thank you.
No worries. No worries.
Thanks.
Thank you.
And thank you, Mr. Mayor. Thank you.
When did you get in? I mean, maybe you have jet lag or something. Oh, you're muted. That's okay. All right. Any other? Oh.
I got in Saturday night.
Yeah. Well, there you go.
And there's an 8-hour difference.
Yeah,
so I had literally like a 24-hour day.
So you're pretty much ready to go. You're ready to go to sleep right now. I guess you're pretty tired.
Oh, it's past my bedtime.
Yeah, I figured. Okay. All right. Any other questions? Not seeing any. Christine.
This is on the motion to approve Resolution 21-044. Councilor Beta-Stuvi?
Yes.
Councilor Vasquez?
Yes.
Councilor Bencomo?
Yes.
Councilor Sorg?
Yes.
Counselor Flores,
Yes.
Counselor Gandara,
Yes.
okay, thank you. Mayor,
Yes. Okay, item 7.3, resolution 21-045. Need a motion.
So move Gandara.
Second, Sorg.
Okay, motion made by Mayor Pro Tem Gandara, seconded by Councilor Sorg. And it looks like Leanne Demouche will be discussing.
Good afternoon, Mayor and councilors. For the record, my name is Leanne Demouche. I'm your Chief Budget Officer. I apologize, but is my screen up?
Yes.
Can you see my presentation? Thank you, Mayor. Before you is a resolution for a budget adjustment for what we're calling extraordinary pay. As you know, on March the 11th, the governor issued the executive order declaring a state of public health emergency. And in response to the declared national emergency of the pandemic, the COVID-19 virus, she authorized 2 acts. That was the All Hazard Emergency Management Act and also the Emergency Licensing Act. During this time, as you know, the federal government has had 1 or 2 economic incentives to actually assist with the spread of the virus. One was a one-time relief check. And then there was, for those that had claimed unemployment, there was an additional pay for $600 weekly for the unemployment. For today, for the extraordinary leave or pay that we are requesting for the budget adjustment, we're looking at who are the eligible employees. We looked at the CDC guidelines and also the Families First Coronavirus Release Act. They actually define what is considered critical infrastructure workers and emergency responders. Back in April of 2020, we identified in a database approximately about 800 employees that are eligible using the CDC guidelines and the first Families First Coronavirus Response Act. Under the emergency responders, it identifies law enforcement, firefighters, EMTs, public work personnel, facility operators. Under critical infrastructure workers, it identified transportation, custodians, IT workers, energy, and government facilities. Our recommendation for today is a budget adjustment for a one-time distribution from the Telsure Fund for $500,000. We will be developing, there's a committee, a city manager policy committee. They will be developing, once this resolution is approved, developing the policy to look and identify the process and who is eligible. We're estimating approximately $500 per person. We have requested for the possibility of reimbursement for the State CARES Act funding. And these are your council options: approve, deny, amend, or table. And I have myself and HR and also city management here for any questions.
Thanks, Leanne. Councilor Beda-Stuvi?
Yes, thank you. And thank you, Leanne. So I'm glad to see that you've already kind of pre-identified potential employees. Once you have, and I'm sorry, it was on one of your other slides, I believe, the city manager committee, yes, thank you. That process and eligibility, then how will you be tracking who has received this money to make sure that we're being that appropriate list? And
Mayor and Councilor Stuvi, once the city manager policy is developed, it actually will it will give us a, it will give us a plan on how we're going to implement this, all the way to, even how we're going to do this through payroll. This will be through the payroll. So what we will do is we have this database that we developed back in April. And so we will be using that policy to look at that database to make sure that everybody that's on there is eligible. As you know, we could have had employees that have maybe quit since we developed that database as well. So we are going to be double checking that database. And the city manager policy will actually give us that process.
Okay, fantastic. And then once that's all done, will we, as a council, be updated on the results of not only the process, but how many employees were we able to distribute the money to?
Mayor, Councilor Stevie, I will make a promise that I will do that for you.
Thank you. Thank you. I appreciate that.
We'll do a follow-up.
As we talked, State CARES Act funding, as we know, we did not get the full amount that we requested. Were we looking at that type of funding to help reimburse with this, or are we, I'm not sure how everything was going to be divided with the CARES Act that we were allotted.
So Mayor, Councilor Stubbe, as you know, we had requested, I want to say around 23.5 million. We only were given about 53%, which for the city was about 7.1%. We do have a meeting with, of course, our new city manager, with Mr. Peely, and to identify what we should be requesting through the state, since we did not get the full amount. My recommendation is, that one of the items be this reimbursement, because we did specifically reach out to the state asking if this qualifies, and they did say that it does qualify for reimbursement.
Fantastic. Thank you. I appreciate that. And thank you. Thank you, Mayor.
Mm-hmm. Thank you. Mayor Pro Tem.
Mayor, I think my questions were very similar to Councilor Abeyta Stubbe. And so I think.
Oh, she muted.
Oh, you got muted.
Sorry. The questions that I was going to ask are similar to what Councilor Stubbe. So I'm satisfied with those answers. Thank you, Mayor.
Mm-hmm. Councilor Sorg.
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you, Mr. Mercer, for that presentation. Did any of the city employees get laid off or furloughed because of the pandemic?
Mayor, Councilor Sorg, we have not laid off or furloughed any employees that I am aware of. I could reach out to our HR director, but I will let her follow up on that if I'm misunderstood it. But my understanding is we have not furloughed or laid off any employees, sir.
Okay.
Due to COVID.
Yeah, because of COVID, right. Could you explain one more time why we're adding this money to our employees' paycheck? I'll say it that way. Not that they don't deserve it. It's just that I just want to get clarity here of why we're doing this. I think all of our employees in the city here are well deserved of the pay they get, and even more. But could you explain it one more time?
Yes, sir. So Mayor, Councilor Sorg, every year when we do the budget process, we actually just budget under personnel what the base pay is for that particular employee. So now that we're increasing the budget, or if we're going to increase the pay, we need to make sure that there's budget there to give the employees this additional pay. That's what we're doing here, sir.
No, I'm wondering what the reason for the increase in pay.
The estimated approximately 500 per person?
Yeah.
My understanding, Mayor, Councilor Sorg, is that we were asked to evaluate this type of compensation for review. And so we went in and we developed this database. This is considering extraordinary pay. It is for those employees that are considered critical or that the CDC guidelines and the Families First Coronavirus emergency responders. It is additional pay for going beyond the extraordinary duty during the COVID virus health pandemic.
Okay, that's part I missed, I guess. So we're talking about emergency responders, mostly critical infrastructure workers, okay. Where they had to put a little extra effort in, or a lot of extra effort, I should say, probably, into combating to help the city. I see. Okay, that's good. Do you know of any other cities that are doing that? Does the staff know of any other cities doing the same thing?
Mayor, go ahead, Mayor.
Councilor Sorg, the only one I'm aware of is the city of El Paso, but they were actually using tax money to give out. And, we're pretty confident, the city's pretty confident that it qualifies into the CARES Act, but, we can take it out of the Telshore Fund, and if it gets reimbursed, which we think it will, great. And if for some reason we don't, well, okay. I mean, we've helped other members of the community as well. This is just a small token appreciation. I mean, there are workers, like, for example, in Larry's department, Larry Nichols, he's got inspectors that are out inspecting. We've got in the quality of life, there are people dropping off Meals on Wheels. There's all, and they risk themselves daily to help those in need. And and then there's some employees, they're fortunate they don't have to go out. They are maybe even still working at home. And so I think it's meant as a small token of appreciation to those for going that extra mile.
I understand now. Thank you so much for that explanation. I just hope the right people get the help or the bonus, and nobody's left out of this. So yeah, a follow-up would be nice, Ms. Dumouche. Good. I think that's all I have for questions. Yes. Thank you, Mayor.
Mm-hmm. Councilor Bencomo?
Thanks, Mayor, and thanks, Leanne, for the presentation. Yeah, I mean, I definitely agree with everything that's been said. I guess my question is around, I think the greatest asset that the city as an institution has, it's its staff. And so we want to take good care of our people, especially those who perhaps didn't have a dangerous job before, but are interacting with the public during a pandemic, and that some services just can't stop, right? Some people can't work from home like we can. And so I definitely think that those folks deserve this sort of extraordinary pay. I think my biggest concern is that that it's just a one-time payment. And so I understand obviously that, we don't have a tree of money growing in the backyard, but I definitely, I want to make sure that we're taking care of people, that people feel taken care of, that people feel valued, not just by us thanking them, but by compensating them. And so I'm curious about the possibility of additional extraordinary pay beyond this particular one.
So Mayor, Councilor Bencomo, I will refer to city management. What we could do is this is a one-time payment for right now. It could be that if the mayor and the council want to do an additional another payment, we can bring that forward to council at the time, or you can make an adjustment to this resolution today. That's strictly up to council. And I'll let maybe he's not interim anymore, but David Maestas or Barbara De Leon to respond to that if they feel so.
Yes, advisor to the city manager.
Thank you, Councilor Bencomo. David Maestas, advisor to the city manager. I appreciate that. I did have my hand up trying to jump in a little while ago, even with some of Councilor Sorg's questions. Great questions from council. Leanne has been on point with respect to if council feels that yes, we should look into additional compensation, we can. I will address your question about the one-time lump sum with respect to if we were to say, let's give additional funding to their base pay. if we changed someone's base pay and said give them a small percentage for an increase, that percentage would carry out for the lifetime of them here working with the city. And obviously, the pandemic itself and the situation changes. So we looked at the options of what is viable with respect to specific to the COVID situation with the pandemic and the stay-at-home order. And that's where a lump sum pay comes in more viable for that. The other thing we looked at is we took the duration of the most critical part of the stay-at-home order, and that was from March, April, May, because back when we get to June and July, by then we had already gotten a better handle on what our personal protective equipment was, what our COVID safe practices were, and we started instituting a lot of that. What we didn't have early on was knowing for sure what was happening when we were sending our transit drivers out there with the COVID first starting out, the virus first being identified and how we could address it. We didn't know what was happening when our first responders went out there. The protections were limited. So once we worked at a point where we felt safer about the COVID safe practices, we understood how we could better protect our employees. That's when we figured, okay, we've identified the amount of time and what we feel is a minimal thank you, but a thank you for them going through that period where everybody was learning how we identify and work with this pandemic, this virus. Now we're at a point where it's not as critical because we do know better how to handle it. There's still several concerns, still things that we want to continue to get better at and make sure we identify better. But that's why we're where we're at with the amount of money that we're able to send forward. We're also comfortable from a financial point, as the mayor pointed out, to say that yes, we can identify the 500,000 and we can cover it, especially if it gets reimbursed. That's even better. But again, it's always up to council. You always have the opportunity, if you want us to look into additional funding and how we would go about saying that it is part of an extraordinary practice, then we could look into it. But we're very comfortable with the process that we have right now, identifying the most critical, extraordinary work and efforts that staff had to go through.
Thank you, David, for that. That's great. Personally, Mayor, I would love us to, it doesn't have to be an amendment to this. I think this is important to pass now, but I would personally like to see us look for additional ways to support some of these critical infrastructure workers and our emergency responders who've been, showing up every day in the face of the pandemic and risking the health of themselves and their families, their kids, their spouses. And so, if it's not during this particular resolution, then, perhaps once the process is solidified that Leanne was talking about, it can be brought back to council with further ideas of where, how we can finance some of this extraordinary pay.
Yeah, Councilor Bencomo, thank you for that. And obviously I was in talks with the management team on this. And one of the things I was going to ask is if council can wait after we pass this, if it passes, that we also need to be aware of the fact that I'm sure you know that talks have stalled in Congress. And so right now it's very possible. We don't know what the future lies for our revenues. Back when we were first discussing this, they had a lot of the programs in place and, the federal government was giving money, but they haven't given any now. And so you never know if we're going to have to dip into Telshore Fund more ourselves. And so, but I do see a light at the end of the tunnel, obviously, with the vaccine in the next few months and things of this nature. So I think we're going to be okay. But I was just going to ask if we do this now and then reevaluate it in a month or two and see how our gross receipts are coming in, because it'll be a better indicator how it's going to look, because right now there are no federal programs out there and Congress doesn't look like they're going to pass it anytime soon. So I'm with you. I think, but it would be prudent if we do this now and then maybe look in another month or two to see what other monies might be available. And especially if you get reimbursed, yeah, let's just do it again. Because we were prepared to at least do 500,000 out of the Telshore Fund. But if we get reimbursed, let's, I don't have a problem doing it one more time.
Yeah, Mayor, thank you for that. I think you're right. There's a lot of pieces that are really uncertain still, particularly, that Congress is dragging their feet on relief efforts. And so I think that's smart. But I also just want to make sure that it's fair and that we're taking care of, like I said, the greatest assets of the city.
Absolutely. Okay, Councilor Flores.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I have a question about the eligible employees. That's the emergency responders and the critical infrastructure workers. And you know what, as I was having a lot of problems with my computer, and it was I was doing a lot. I go to the office, City Hall, to use the boardroom there, the conference room, I mean. And as a result of going in, I know Annette was the only worker there for quite some time. She would have, I think, 2 days, well, you all know, and you all know, I mean, Leanne, you know, and our HR person, Joe, knows exactly how that went. They have you all have the details, but what was happening was when it was, it was either, anyway, they were sort of shifted around, but between Shannon and Amber and Annette, they had people calling all the time, calling about COVID, of course, but primarily, and then just wanting to know everything about the city. And there were times when Annette would get off the phone and the phone would go off again. And so, I know it's not my province to go into personnel matters, but we are talking about taking care of our employees generally. And I don't know if there's combat pay for them as well. I mean, they've been in the trenches, and I think they continue to be in the trenches. And then recently, I believe, right before I took off, I think Shannon and Amber were there 5 days a week, but for a number of months, Annette was the only one there. At any rate, I guess it all works out with comp time for them. But I just wanted to focus on that as an example. Perhaps that may be going on in other departments where not everyone was deemed to be an essential employee. So maybe 1 or 2 persons were left to take care of quote office. And then there were walk-ins too. There were people who were walking in. And I'm sure some of them weren't wearing masks or taking precautions that they should. So I was just wondering, Leanne, and the powers that be, Mr. Maestas, I think this all happened while you were still the interim. Well, of course it was, but did any of that go into, that I used Annette and the administration office as an example. Did that sort of, did you take into account people's mental health issues and that sort of stuff?
Mayor, Councilor
Looking
Flores.
at eligible, yeah.
Councilor Flores, and welcome back, ma'am. Good to
Thank
see
you.
We, when the database was developed on April 17th, we actually sent this database to every single department director to have them go through the database to make sure that we were picking up, people that, because they're aware of what their operations are. And so we had them double check the database on, who had been there on a, daily basis, who was considered essential, who was a emergency responder, critical infrastructure. We did send it to each of the directors and had them go through the database as well.
Okay, so that included all departments?
All departments, yes, ma'am.
Yeah.
And I think David Maestas might want to chime in on that. Well, but we did, with HR's help, we did send it to all of the directors, and we had them go through and look at who was considered, essential, and who had been, working, and who the responders were, who was considered critical infrastructure workers as well. And so they helped us with identifying those persons in their department as well. It's like a double. And David, would you like to add to that?
Sure, Leanne. This is David Maestas, Advisor, City Manager, Mayor, and Councilor Flores. Thank you for that question. Yes, we wanted to make sure, Councilor Flores, exactly what you hit on. As you know, my office is right around the corner from Annette, so I heard those phone calls. And those phone calls started at 6:45 in the morning, and they went until 5:30 in the afternoon nonstop. And a lot of it had to do with people wondering about COVID and what was the requirements and what could they or could they not do. And then with the changes to city services, they also had to find out, where do I go to pay my utility bills? When are the libraries going to be open? There were many, many questions, and a lot of critical information was requested and passed on. So we made sure to have, as you heard, there will be a committee that assists with the policy as well. So we made sure to have as many people involved with identifying who met the CDC guidelines, for one, and then second, who was actually here and what services were they providing. So we wanted to assure, just as you're questioning, Councilor Flores, that we didn't miss anybody who was here, who was out of their normal safety practices when they were here at work. Again, as I mentioned to Councilor Bencomo, things are very different while we were here and how we interacted. And we didn't want to miss anybody who had to go through something that was extraordinary for those first few months of this pandemic. Therefore, we had a lot of people involved with identifying those positions. Thank you, Leanne, and thank you, Councilor Flores, for the question.
And thank you, Mr. Maestas. So there are, the database identified approximately 800 employees eligible for this extra combat pay. There's no other word for it. It's definitely a war. But, okay, so there's, but the city has approximately 1,600 employees. How many employees does the city have?
Yeah, 1,500 plus part-time, I think, give or take.
Yeah. Does that include our fire department and law
Yeah,
enforcement?
that's everything.
Everybody, yeah. So we have, so that's about half of our employees who were found to be eligible. Okay, I just thank you so much, Mr. Maestas and Mr. Moosh. And have to say, David, I'm going to miss you a lot. Now I have to burden poor Peely. He doesn't know what he's getting into.
Thank you, Councilor Flores. I appreciate that.
You're welcome.
Burden poor who?
Ely, Pilo.
EFO.
EFO, Peely. I'm sorry. It's jet lag, okay?
Yeah, okay, all right.
Not usually this dingy, right?
All right.
Sorry, EFO.
Any other questions or comments? Okay, seeing none. Christine.
This is on the motion to approve Resolution 21-045. Counselor Betastuvi?
Yes.
Counselor Vasquez?
Yes.
Counselor Bencomo?
Yes.
Counselor Sorg?
Yes.
Counselor Flores?
Yes.
Counselor Gandara?
Yes.
Mayor?
Yes. Okay, next is our item 7.4, Resolution 21-046. Need a motion and a second.
So moved. Bencomo.
Second, Sorg.
A motion made by Councilor Bencomo, second by Councilor Sorg. And it looks like David Ware is going to discuss.
Good morning, or good afternoon, Mayor and City Council. This is David Ware at the Community Development Department. The resolution that I have before you this afternoon is to modify the membership of the ad hoc committee that the City Council adopted earlier this year or late last year in regards to revitalization and transportation alternatives for El Paseo Road and South Solano. Just to give the, hopefully my screen came up okay for y'all.
Yes.
Okay. Just to give you some background, with Resolution 2131, you created the El Paseo and South Solano Ad Hoc Committee. And the purpose of that committee was to review and consider revitalizations, strategies, and improvements for transportation for both of those corridors.
as that discussion took place with adopting that ad hoc committee, you also incorporated the new comp plan, elevating Las Cruces, and also looking at those areas as creating vibrant mixed-use land use corridors. So, and then just to go over, the membership was not only city council, but it was also you adopted membership from New Mexico State University, Las Cruces Public Schools, the South Central Regional Transit District, the Mesilla Valley MPO, and then it also left the opportunity to appoint community members, and you specifically named Planning and Zoning Commission former Mayor Pro Tem Sherry Thomas, the South Central Regional Transit District Director David Armijo, and also Jake Redfern, a local community realtor, a commercial realtor. And then there are also 6 slots that each individual city councilor has the opportunity to appoint. This is just kind of a map. The black lines are El Paseo and then South Solano District. As you can see, the 3 districts that the roads transverse are primarily District 4, District 3, and District 2. So when the resolution and the ad hoc committee was initially created, it had representatives from District 1, 2, and 3. And then it was noted that since District 4 had a large area that would be in the study area, staff was asked to provide a modification for city council to see if they wanted to modify representation from District 1 and District 4. All the other membership was unchanged. So what the resolution before you today is to make that change for you to consider whether to change the representation on the ad hoc committee itself from District 1 to District 4. And in regards to the next steps, I can inform that if you have any questions on going forward with that. But your options today are approve the resolution, deny it or amend it or table it, however you see fit. If you do vote yes, the only change would be Councilor Bencomo would then be a member of the ad hoc committee, and Mayor Pro Tem Gondara would be stepping aside, but she would still have an appointment to a community member to this board. So I'd be happy to respond to any questions that you may have or give you other information on work to date or next steps with this committee.
Thank you,
Thanks,
David.
What I'm going to do is, if you all recall, and IFO hasn't heard this, IFO, I'm going to be stepping back from this. I'm going to let the Mayor Pro Tem take over. I feel that, I'm a little uncomfortable because I have a business on South Solano, and I just don't want to have anything to possibly give any inclination. So I'm going to let Mayor Pro Tem take over from here, and then of course I'll just be abstaining on anything. So Mayor Pro Tem.
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you, David, for your presentation. I have most of the council that has questions. First up is Yvonne, Gabe, Johanna, Tessa.
Actually, I missed part of it because there was some commotion out here. But I just need Mr. Weir, David, thank you for your presentation. Would you please explain to me just the upshot of what the modification of the ad hoc committee is?
Mayor Pro Tem and Councilor Flores, I would be happy to. The only change in the membership is the representation of the city councilors on the board. When the ad hoc committee was originally created, it included council representation, or actually sitting on the ad hoc committee of District 1, 3, and 2. The resolution would modify that and would change a representation. It would make District 4 represented on the committee and remove District 1. All the other membership would remain the same. All the other individuals and groups and associations that would be represented remain unchanged. And one of the reasons this was asked is there's just the terminus of the roads we were looking at hit District 1. There was a little larger, and I'll put the map up again. As you can see, there's a lot more of El Paseo in District 4. And so that was why staff was bringing this forward for the city council to consider.
I see. Thank you very much, Mr. Weir, and thank you, Mayor Pro Tem.
Sure. Thank you, Councilor Flores. Councilor Vasquez.
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem. Yeah, I think this is, if the counselors are in agreement whose membership is being swapped out, I'm fully supportive of this. I'm very excited to get moving on this, and did just have a question for Mr. Weir on work to date and next steps. Just a status update overall would be great.
Mayor Pro Tem and Councilor Vasquez, just to tell you what we've done today, if you act on the resolution today, the next step would be for City Council to complete their 6 appointments. I believe that the clerk's office has received some people that are interested in serving on those. So we would just need them to fill out their applications, and then those to be brought forward for the mayor and City Council to make those appointments. After that takes place, city staff would then schedule initial meetings for them, and then the committee could start working, reviewing the policies and the plans for those areas and looking at next steps for recommendations. If you recall, once the committee completes their work, they will then make a series of recommendations to your infrastructure, sustainability, and the PRC. I forgot the third group that's on that, your policy review committee. Transportation, excuse me. In regards to what staff has done, we've already pulled the information. We'll swap out the formation of the committee. We've made copies of the El Paseo blueprint. We've provided, gotten the information from the Elevate Las Cruces, the relevant sections of that. We've gotten some of the GIS data. We're pulling the active transportation plan for them. We're getting the information for the short range transit, and then also coming up with some templates for how to make a recommendation to your policy review committee. So what we intend to do is provide all that information at the initial meeting of the ad hoc committee, and then kind of going over some organizational type items with them and how they want to proceed, types of meetings, how often, and what information or resources that they would also like to look at. As far as staff support for this commission, the city manager's office has endorsed from economic development, Celicia Villegas participating, from Public Works, David Cedillo and Tony Trevino, from Quality of Life, Mark Bartholomew and Richard Hanway, from Community Development, Mark Miller and myself, and then all the department directors have agreed to support as needed the work of this committee. So we're just ready for the next steps. From the Las Cruces Public Schools, Dr. Trujillo and Vice Superintendent Gabe Hawkes have agreed to participate. And then they also wanted to include Gloria Martinez, who's their Transportation and Facilities Director. And then from NMSU, Luis Campos, the new Associate Vice President of Facilities and Services, has been named to participate also. So a lot of the initial groundwork for this committee has been put together. We're just waiting to go forward.
Thank you, Mr. Weir. Appreciate that, and glad to see there's some progress made. I feel very strongly about this particular project and this committee, and I think we could set a real example for other cities if we are able to pull this off and give it the attention that it needs, considering the state of our small business community, and this being one of the most places in our community with the most commercial vacancies. I think it'd just be a great way to see how a city like Las Cruces can continue to be resilient and actually grow its small business community through any number of policy decisions that are made as a result of this working group and in the process of implementing at least the El Paseo Corridor project. I know Ms. Gus presented some options to us in the past that included metropolitan redevelopment areas and even the thought of another public TID or something similar like that, if that is the right mechanism. I think that's where the rubber hits the road, is when we create that overlay that has the types of policies and incentives and redevelopment priorities that bring this project and tie it all together. And so from that point of view, because we do have, I think, an aging El Paseo blueprint. We need to implement that or use that as a document to guide our progress there as soon as possible. And so, Mr. Weir and fellow members of the council and mayor, I'd love to see a timeline for progress on this particular project and seeing some benchmarks. Understanding and knowing that it's going to take some policy changes to really revitalize this area. Would love to see a time put on some critical steps along the way of when we get there, so that we don't put this on the back burner and we prioritize this as much as we possibly can. And so, if that's something that seems doable, Mr. Weir, I would love to just see a timeline of a calendar of benchmarks that we could begin meeting. Beginning with the convening of this initial group and ending with a policy being brought to the council that would encompass all the redevelopment tools that we would want to include in this particular area. I think time is of the essence. I'm seeing, just the domino effect of an empty building is really becoming a problem in this community. And so I'd love to just see a timeline that our residents can look at, and also that members of the ad hoc committee feel confidence in participating, knowing what the process is and what the timeline is, moving forward. What are your thoughts on that, Mr. Weir?
Mayor Pro Tem and Councilor Vasquez, one thing that I've had a conversation with some of the members that have already been appointed to this was for the committee to come up with an action plan and priorities of projects. I know one of the things that initiated this project was a desire for there to be a regular transit route between the university, the convention center, and the downtown. And so there have been some recommendations in the plans for that to go forward. And so one thing that the committee can do is to evaluate all those actions that have already been proposed, whether it be the El Paseo blueprint, Elevate Las Cruces and their corridor plans, and then the active transportation plan. They can actually look at those and prioritize actions that need to take place. As you're aware, any project the city does has to have an evaluation of the budgeting priorities of that. So I could see the committee making recommendations on the priorities, identification of some of the potential funding source, and making that recommendation to the policy review committee, and then it can be worked into your yearly budgeting and the capital improvement projects for the area. What I would prefer to do is have the committee meet once and have them give a recommendation on what they think would be a reasonable time frame to make recommendations, and then they can either report to the policy review committee or the city council at a work session. So those are some things that I think we staff and the council need to have that interaction, and we can go forward. But I think the first step would be to convene this committee and also get their insight and what their appetite, how quickly they can digest the existing policies and other items that have been mentioned by the council and residents of both these corridors.
Thank you, Mr. Weir. And I agree with you that there needs to be some direction provided by the ad hoc committee that will be fully formed to discuss this. Even just having that first meeting on a calendar would be helpful, I think, just to set a goal for when we need to recruit additional members, if such. And I'd love for, to be honest, every meeting of this ad hoc committee to come out with some type of action item past, to move this project forward. I'm thinking of an umbrella of different policies and investments and capital infrastructure projects that fits under this entire corridor redevelopment. When we focused on redeveloping the downtown, we had a very focused approach that brought in different levels of investment in different projects, different incentives for business owners, that all created the opportunity to really move on downtown in a way that created a successful area for small businesses and community gatherings and all the great stuff we now love about our new downtown. And so I think this should be similar. I think we should treat this like downtown redevelopment in the sense that if we are going to prioritize this, we have to put all the tools and all the options on the table. And it'd be great for those things to be prioritized under the umbrella of, the corridor redevelopment project, so that when those items are being considered, that they float to the top, especially in CIP projects, right? So that if the city is saying, hey, to pull this off successfully, we're going to need to install green infrastructure on Solano or whatever it might be. So even though this project is new, even though it might be number, 48 on the CIP list, let's move it up to the top because it's now part of a priority project for the city. So I'm envisioning just an umbrella of different things that fit under what needs to happen here. And then maybe that's something the committee can decide, right, as to what those items are. And some of them will be policy, some of them will be investments, some of them might be administrative. But I just want to make sure we're using the best use of our time, I guess, moving forward on this. Just because it's this plan is set on the shelf for so long, that taking action on it, I think, is critical for this to happen with the support of the community. So thank you, Mr. Weir, and thank you, Mayor. Mayor Pro Tem.
Thank you, Councilor Vasquez. Councilor Betcomo.
Thanks, Mayor Pro Tem. Honestly, I'm okay with this change. Early after this vote was made in February, or I don't even remember at this point, but I did think about the significant portion of District 4 that is within this plan. I was fine with the original 3 council district representations because I knew it'd come to the TSI PRC, which I sit on as well. And so I knew those recommendations would come my way eventually. So I also know that the original 3 districts were decided because I think the original conversation was about the trolley system that would go from NMSU to downtown, which made sense to have those 3. I don't know, Mayor Pro Tem, I'm curious to hear what you think. Like I said, I'm okay either way, to be honest with you. I'd obviously love to be part of this ad hoc committee given District 4 representation. Again, I also know it will come to the TSI PRC, which, actually we did talk about this particular issue at the last meeting we had. And I'm curious, Mr. Dollahan, if there was any change in the discussion we had in terms of Open Acts, Open Meetings Act, and in terms of the 3 council members that sit on the ad hoc, and then it'll go to the TSI, which 2 of us are on it, Councilor Vasquez and I, but additionally Councilor Sorg. So I'm curious if there's, again, any issues here with
Good
this.
question.
Madam Chair, Madam Pro Tem and Councilor Bencomo. We did discuss it last week at City Manager before Mr. Pili started. So the issue is that the PRC, all of the PRCs, as well as this ad hoc committee, will be properly public notice so that participation will not be limited in that regard. It's when the discussion, depending on how the discussion goes on any particular item, would need to be, we would need to remind the members of the PRC that you can't discuss it outside the setting of either the ad hoc committee or the PRC because, with your fellow councilors, because then it becomes an issue with the rolling quorum and violating Open Meetings Act. So that's going to be something that we face with all of the policy review committees if we present it to council like in a work session or something else. So staff's not overly concerned about it. It's just going to be a matter of having to remind you that our discussions have to be careful outside of the public meeting setting.
Okay.
We're fine either way.
Great. I think it's an important issue to raise because, we don't want, I wouldn't want anything to be stalled given an error like this. And so, I just wanted to make sure and raise that. Honestly, it's still super weird for me to see my name on this map, but that's beside the point. I would also, I'm wondering, Christine, if you're on, can you tell us how many appointments still need to be made so that, we can, is it all 6 council appointments? I didn't think it was. So, Christine, can you let us know what is missing, so that we can, any of us who might not have done that yet, to sort of get on that? And then, because I agree with Councilor Vasquez, I'm excited to get this going. I think it's really important. I think, Councilor Vasquez said, I think we could be a leader for other cities, but actually I think even just for Las Cruces, I think the downtown TID was so great. This is going to be so great. I think about West Picacho and the serious investment that needs to be made there. So I think it's just going to be good all around to see how this ad hoc goes, and the kind of things that we can come up with for, investment in parts of our city that really need it. So yeah, sorry, I went on a tangent there after I asked my question, but my question was for Christine, if she could tell us how many appointments still need to be made.
Mayor Pro Tem, Councilor Bencomo, last I checked, I only had like 1 or 2 applications, so all the appointments need to be made still.
Okay.
The only ones that are have been made were the ones that were outlined in the resolution, which was like Jake Redfern. I think it was like Mayor Pro Tem Emeritus Thomas. I'm not sure if David has the list. I don't have it up, but yeah, we need applications for all.
Okay, so each counselor needs to solidify their person then and send that to you.
I believe each counselor had to appoint 2 members, if I remember the resolution correctly. It was a business owner and
right. Yes, I remember that as well.
Yeah, a nonprofit, I think. I don't know if David wants to chime in.
Yeah, this is, the way I read it, it could be a profit or a nonprofit. So I think they just need to make one appointment to the board. And so from each counselor would have the ability to do that. So I read the resolution as just 6 appointees from the city council.
Okay, it'd be great if someone could check on that for sure, because I also remember there being 2 per counselor. I mean, that'd be huge ad hoc, I think, but I do remember that it being 2 people per counselor. Okay, other than that, that's all my questions. Like I said, I'm curious to hear from Mayor Pro Tem Gandara what you think about the switch, but that's it for me. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilor Bencomo. Councilor Abeyta-Stuvey.
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem. Thank you, Councilor Bencomo. You actually had a couple of my questions regarding the membership, but some of the answers that were given led me to a new question. Given that we're supposed to appoint either a nonprofit, business owner, that kind of diverse, I think, selection that we're looking at, what was the specialty that Mr. Redfern had that led him to have this special appointment?
He hasn't had it. He hasn't been appointed yet.
Yes, but that put him on that selection list, though. What was
realtor?
Mayor Pro Tem and Councilor Abeyta-Stuvey, his expertise is commercial realty. And so he had expressed interest in participating on this ad hoc committee. And the resolution has actually named him as a member to that committee. So the resolution 2131 called him out specifically. And the resolution before you today also has him called out specifically as a member of the committee.
Okay. And I know that our mayor has stepped aside because of financial, sorry, missing my word here, but I know that he stepped aside just to make sure for transparency issues and things like that. Does Mr. Redfern also does he currently have financial interest in this area?
Yeah.
Mayor Pro Tem and Councilor Abeyta-Stuvey, I don't know what his personal investments are, but I know that he is advertising some of the properties that are along this corridor.
Thank you. And Mayor Pro Tem, when they did the downtown partnership, obviously you need to have business people, involved in this process too. That's what we're hoping for. Are we transparent with what those investments are and what everybody has, so that that is public knowledge for people if they sit on these types of committees?
Councillor Abetes-Tuvi, for the downtown partnership, that's a nonprofit. I think you're speaking specifically to the TID and the so we sat as council, right? It's part of the board, and then one commissioner. So it's a very different situation. But as a downtown partnership, you have to be a business person, and of course, those things are. I can tell you that from time to time, I think people felt there was a conflict with, certain individuals sitting on the board and kind of getting maybe firsthand information. And they had a significant portion of the land, if you will, or buildings. And so I think you're headed in a good. I think you're trying to make a good point, and I would leave that for staff to determine if there's a conflict.
Okay, that wouldn't be something where we might need to make an amendment to the change of the board membership to remove a name and perhaps have it either, since it was like a special designation, if we all appointed, just like if anybody came up to me for an appointment and said that they were interested, I would encourage them to apply and that sort of thing. But since this was a special one, I just want to make sure that we're giving
everyone an equal opportunity
to all of the perhaps property owners. And so if that's something where we could make an amendment, either to the membership today, or if it's something that we need to do pretty quickly in the future, just to make sure that we can start this off, I think, in a very strong and positive way for the benefit of all the people in this area.
Thank you, Councillor Abetes-Tuvi. I believe Mr. Dalan and Mr. Rivera have to say.
Thank you.
Madam Chair, I was going to defer to Christine because there is a board disclosure requirements. So she can actually speak to the specifics related to anyone being appointed to any board about their any conflicts of interest or financial interests that they have to disclose. Thank you.
Thank you.
Mayor Pro Tem, Councillor Abetes-Tuvi, we do exactly what David Dallahan just mentioned. We do have each board member fill out a board disclosure statement where they have to disclose any financial and also if they own any sort of property that could conflict with being appointed on any of the boards, which I send when they're appointed. So I probably have Jake Redfern's. I'll have to double check and I'll take a look at it and I'll get with David Weir about it.
Thank you, Ms. Rivera. I also see Jennifer Vega Brown's hand up. Jennifer?
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem. I just wanted to address what Christine just said. That is a requirement contained in our ethics ordinance. The disclosure.
Mayor Pro Tem, this is David Weir, and I just wanted to add, I believe there's going to be a minimum of 15 members on this board, and they're not actually any decision making, or they're not budgeting any funds. They're just making recommendations. So that's something else you may want to consider about the membership of this group.
Thanks, David. I think Councillor Abetes-Tuvi, are you done?
I had a follow-up. What happens after someone has disclosed this issue, potential conflicts then? Do we have any rules once that happens, just already on the board, or is it something for council to decide on if that person should continue to serve?
Mayor Pro Tem, this is David Weir again. In my experience, at times we've had Planning and Zoning Commission members see a case come before them, and they will disclose that this potentially could impact their property ownership, and they'll recuse themselves for discussion. Another option, that if this situation existed, you could always have that statement of conflict of interest placed on the agenda before any decisions or even any meetings take place. And then based on the potential topic items, they would have to disclose. And oftentimes the board themselves will ask whether they consider that a conflict of interest or some type of need for them to recuse themselves from the discussion. But that's just some of the things that I've seen. This is a little bit different setting. It's not a final decision by a group. So, but I just add that for commentary's sake.
Thank you. And I see Jennifer's hand up again.
Thank you.
Jennifer?
Yes, thank you, Mayor Pro Tem and councilors. A failure to disclose a conflict of interest could result in a formal ethics complaint, which would require an investigation and ultimately a hearing by the ethics board and potentially the city council. So a failure to disclose any of that has serious consequences.
Thank you. And I would assume that this will all be very clearly spelled out to any of the individuals that would be on this committee or ad hoc board.
Yes, we the city attorney's office and the city clerk's office provide information. We are providing training to all appointed and elected officials. That's in our strategic plan. We're starting that actually next week, and they are invited to attend that meeting where we'll talk about this very thing.
Fantastic. Thank you. Offhand, like I said, I want this to start out well. I know that we need to get the input from all the different members. I think that's very important. I just want to make sure, it seems we have, I'm sure there are a lot of business owners, property owners in the area. It does seem that we've selected somebody, well, their name was placed on to get kind of a jump ahead. And so I'm a little aware of that because I just want to make sure that we are giving ample opportunity to all members in this area and that equal shot. So thank you, Mayor Pro Tem.
Thank you, Councilor Abeyta-Stube. Let's see, do we have, David, you still have your hand up. I didn't know if you wanted to say something pertaining to this.
Sorry, Madam Chair, I'll lower my hand.
No worries. It's still up, by the way, but Councilor Flores?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I think that I agree with everything that Councilor Abeyta-Stube has, the issues, the concerns that she has raised. I think we were remiss in, because I think it was Mr. Weir who said that it's in the previous resolution that we passed that an individual was named as a member of this ad hoc committee. So my question would be, I guess, illegal for our city attorney, Vega Brown, and for our city clerk, Christine Rivera, as to whether we're putting whether that was lawfully done, was it, and what exactly does the current proposed resolution say? I don't want to in any way hinder this process. I know that Sharon Thomas, who worked on the El Paseo thing, corridor thing before the blueprint previously many years ago. And I know now that Councilor Vasquez really wants to get this going, as do I. So maybe we need, I need to know exactly what that prior resolution said about naming a certain individual, whether it's binding, whether we have to go back and rescind that or make a correction now insofar as stating that name in this current resolution. And it just doesn't make sense because we're still in the application process. So I think we're putting the cart before the horse by having done that. So, that's how I see it. I think that we have to take some corrective measures and to make sure that irrespective of what that person's background is or whether there's financial interests in that, in those, the El Paseo corridor and Solano, to make sure that there's no appearance, even an appearance of preferential treatment for anyone. And to allow the three, because now we're actually going back to the drawing board by saying, oh no, it wasn't council districts 1, 3, and 2. It really should be 2, 3, 4. And to allow everyone a fair chance of at least going out to their respective communities and asking people to apply for this ad hoc committee. And even though Mr. Weir pointed out that they don't have any final say-so on anything, I think that what does happen is that there is influence, and so I want to stay away from that. And then Mayor Pro Tem Gandara also said that there have been situations where people walk away with not inside information per se, but firsthand knowledge, and not to give anyone any kind of how should you say, any kind of preferential treatment or allow someone to be in a situation to really gain financially or any otherwise. So, so tell me, Ms. Rivera and Attorney Vega Brown, City Clerk Rivera and City Attorney Vega Brown, do we amend the current resolution, proposed resolution, to eliminate that name? And would that take care of the prior resolution which mentions that person's name?
Jennifer?
Mayor Pro Tem and City Council, if you look at Division 6, Section 2-1071 pertaining to ad hoc boards, the only requirement is that the boards are established by the City Council and the board members are appointed by the city. And so via resolution. So if you would have to have a current resolution with the current membership on the ad hoc committee. So if there's a name that needs to be replaced, that should come before for resolution.
Okay, so the fact that that name was mentioned not once but twice now doesn't guarantee that that person has a position on that ad hoc committee. Is that essentially what you're saying? Or that's what I understand, am I correct? Or did I understand you?
Mayor Pro Tem and City Council, that's how I read it, that it would have to be approved by the City Council, unless I'm not really sure what the practice has been in the past. We can research this further to make sure that moving forward, the way that we apply this section of the ordinance is properly applied, but I'll double check that for you. But that's how I read it now.
Would we be hindering the process if we waited for your legal research and opinion, or actually advice on whether we are proceeding cautiously? Because that individual was named. And that's a part that bothers me. And I just don't know how binding that is or whether we're out of order.
Mayor Pro Tem and City Council, we would move very quickly, so I don't see that it would hinder the process right now unless there would need to be a change to a resolution which would require additional time. But we can look into it immediately.
But could we have an amendment today and move this resolution along? As proposed by Councilor Abeyta-Stube.
Mayor Pro Tem and Council, you can amend the resolution today, yes.
Okay. So then my question would be to Councilor Abeyta-Stube. Do you have any language for a proposed amendment on that?
Councilor Flores, can we hold off on that till we get everybody's feedback on this? We're pretty close. I haven't said anything, and I think Christina's hand is up.
Oh, and apologies.
It's okay. I just want to make sure we give everybody an opportunity. Christine?
Mayor Pro Tem, Councilor Flores, I had pulled up the resolution and I was just going to let you know who was named on it as appointed members. So it states the membership will consist of the districts 2, 3, and 4, chancellor and chief of staff or president of NMSU or their delegates, Las Cruces Public Schools superintendent or respective delegate, and Las Cruces Public Schools Transportation Department Director, David Armijo from South Central Regional Transit, Sharon Thomas, Jake Redfern, and various profit and not-for-profit business leaders as selected by each of the 6 city councilors.
So that does name people. Excuse me, Madam Chair, if I may.
Yes.
Thank you. So Ms. Rivera, it looks like individuals were named. I can understand naming David Armijo because he's the director of the South Central Rapid Transit District. But I don't understand, as much as I adore Sharon Thomas, I don't understand why she's been named without going through the process. I mean, who is she representing? And then Jake Redfern, who is he representing? Is it a public entity such as the others, such as LCPS and NMSU? So, and therein lies the rub for me. That's what I want to know. I want to know how these people were appointed without, it's saying shall be. So and I think if I voted on that, I was certainly asleep at the wheel. I don't think it should be that way. And I don't know how to rectify it. I mean, I really don't, so my next door neighbor, who's a lovely human being who works for LCPS, I mean, if his name would have been on there, we'd say, oh, is he there? Did they go through? Because all these people still have to go through the appointment process, correct? The application process, right? Except for those 2 who are named, because the city council has already determined. So that means that they've already taken up 2 spots of the 6 that have to be appointed. Is that correct?
No.
No, I'm wrong?
I think it's 6 plus those people that are
6
listed.
plus those other people?
Yes.
Yes, correct.
Okay. Then, okay.
Okay. Anything else, Councilor Flores?
Thank you. No, thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you, Ms. Rivera. Thank you very much.
Okay, let me just have my say. I see Mayor has his hand up. I think if I am correct in assuming, Mayor, and please correct me if I'm wrong, I think he's going to say that Sharon Thomas is his representative. And that's why her name has popped up. But I could be wrong. Mayor?
Yeah, I don't have a problem in explaining a couple reasons why Jake and Sherry were put on there. Sharon, for one, she was, obviously her background is planning, but more importantly, she was actually the one who got us that grant from the federal government, the $2 million grant. No one knows that better than she, and that, of course, is the El Paseo corridor. The second thing is Jake. Now, to my knowledge, he doesn't own any property, but my vision was that if we were going to do affordable housing, there's a lot of open spaces there that he knows the owners and could maybe then get them to allow them to have buildings built there, so they would allow more additional housing along the corridor, which would really make it nice mix of housing and businesses along the way. I don't believe he owns any. If he does, then yeah, he needs to recuse himself. But I believe he manages property for those who do own it, and then would have access to knowledge of those people. But again, I just wanted to share that with you. What you guys decide to do is your deal. Thanks.
Thank you, Mayor. I appreciate that. Let me just say, when I saw this on the agenda, I was excited because I'd been thinking, where are we at with that? I'm really looking forward to sitting on the board. And then I read further and I'm like, they're knocking me off of it. So I was disappointed, I must say. I mean, when it first got to, when it was first presented to us, it was with the idea of bringing that trolley through downtown NMSU. And one is, has been identified, not so much a trolley, but a van or transportation is identified and does go through the downtown up to New Mexico State University. I don't know now via COVID if that continues to happen. Probably not. I'm not sure. So, I'm disappointed. I think those boundaries that have been outlined by Mr. Weir, that the transportation will go through the downtown. So I don't know what, if that means it's more in my area than Councilor Bencomo, but I'm also very busy and I'm happy to, free myself up of some of that. I'm not, the three policy review committees that were mentioned are not in I don't sit on them. So I wouldn't hear any of it until it came to council. And I think I have something to add and to benefit because I represent the downtown. But I'm not going to argue that point. I trust the counselors that have been identified in the swap. I'm okay with. But for me, I think there's a good lesson there. We probably shouldn't identify people by name in these per se. I also think that Councilor Abeyta-Stube and others have brought up good points about the conflicts. And I think we need to be very careful in when we do identify people. The other thing is that we will be giving everybody equal opportunity for months now. The PIO went out about identifying people or whoever is interested apply. So people have equal opportunity to apply. And that is where we will be getting businesses there that have a vested interest. So I'm torn about it because I'm big on, ethics, and I want to make sure that people don't get the upper hand. But I think, frankly, people who apply may be business that will get, to sit on something very specific, a committee very specific addressing the El Paseo corridor. So they all have interest in ensuring that there's, development there and whatnot. So, I'd appreciate, I think, Councilor Flores, you were trying to get Jennifer Vega Brown to say, like, is there gonna be a conflict and is this legal? And how would we move forward? Will we ever be, when something comes to our attention and a vote is made, knowing that there are certain people that may own businesses in that area or commercial realtors that were a part of this, would there be any ethical dilemma or conflict or would they have legal standing to sue the city? So I think that's really my concern as we move forward. I don't want to delay this, but I do understand what my fellow my colleagues are saying. So with that, Gil, Councillor Sorg?
Yeah, I've had to keep my video off because I was starting to lose connection bandwidth. So I think I got it all though, but yeah, counselors here on this discussion are bringing up a very important thing. I think we need to know for sure that the members that we appoint to this don't have a conflict of interest if we're going to name them by name. But I don't know. I know one, Sharon Thomas. I know she doesn't have a conflict of interest there, and she is, as the mayor says, very appropriately put on this committee because she knows the whole process very well, and she knows that the El Paseo corridor very well. But in the case of Jake Redfern, let's just spell it out. If he's a commercial realtor and he stands to sell some or market some real estate along these corridors and he gets a commission off of that, maybe that is a conflict of interest. But let's just spell it out and say, is it or isn't it? And go from there. Or any of the other ones. Some of the other ones I kind of, members of this, I kind of wonder about. Why would this public schools transportation department be on this? I don't know what the school buses have to do with this corridor. Maybe they have a good reason to be on it. I don't know. But I would like to have somebody, staff, go through the list and say, okay, well, all the members, one by one, should be on this committee because, et cetera, and so forth. Some of them are obvious, like I said, Sharon Thomas, but, and of course the counselors, and we don't have to justify the counselors being on there from 2, 3, and 4. So that probably would have been a good thing to do. But if they're going to be vetted by the staff before we actually get this done, even the named ones, David Armio, Sharon Thomas, and Jake Redfern, I'm okay with that. So that's my piece on this. Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem.
Thank you, Councillor Sorg. Mayor Miyagishima, Gabe.
Yeah, thank you, Mayor Pro Tem. So Councillor Sorg, the reason why I had put the transportation from the schools on there is, and I don't expect you to remember all this, but if you recall, the original intent was a trolley that stopped every 15 minutes along different points. And there are times where students live in the Las Cruces High School district or go to attend that school that are kind of far away, and they can just jump on that trolley and then get the class, because this was going to go right through Las Cruces High School. So that's the reason why I had included them in there.
Okay, I see your reasoning, but yeah, okay, I won't say any more. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Sorg. Councillor Vasquez.
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem. I won't belabor this much longer, but did just want to chime in on the discussion around the conflicts of interest. And I think we should be equal across the board. If it's an entity or a person representing an organization or a school, that's the banner that they wear and that they have a vested interest. And so say if we want to, have Councilor or former Mayor Pro Tem Sharon Thomas on this board as the chair of the P&Z, because we're expecting to make perhaps recommendations to the Planning and Zoning Committee, then I would be fine with that. If she's represented on this committee just as an advocate or somebody who's supportive of this, I would also say perhaps we shouldn't name her either, to be fair to anyone else. But if she's acting in her official capacity as a PNC chair, which I think to me makes perfect sense, then I don't mind that at all. Certainly her history working on this project is very appreciated and valued, and I'd hope that she'd be on the committee regardless, but I do want to be fair. And then regarding the commercial interests in the area, I think, I think we'd be missing an opportunity not to include members of the business community that have the ability to make change there, or that have valuable input as to, for example, like why, certain properties have not sold, or how long they've been on the market, or what type of similar commercial properties have been remodeled to be alternate places of business, right? Some of those commercial real estate brokers might have some good ideas of repurposing existing commercial or retail property, or, ideas about creating the environment that they've seen that attracts people to lease those places. And so within the degree of propriety that in which they're not creating a conflict of interest for themselves or doing it for profit, I'd value their insights just as people who know the commercial real estate market. I think it'd be good to have that insight, because it'll help us create the environment that's ultimately going to fill those buildings. I definitely don't want to be creating or selecting people to give opportunities to either. And so I think that conflict of interest has to be clearly stated. It has to be strongly enforced, and just has to be delineated in a way where folks can contribute their thoughts and their vision for this area, while very clearly never crossing the line between that and making themselves perfectly to benefit personally from any changes that occur there. I'd support taking the names off and then inviting folks to come back and reapply, unless they're there for a specific nonprofit stakeholder role, either as the schools or the university or P&Z or anything else. So those are my thoughts on that. Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem.
Thank you, Councilor Vasquez. Okay, is there anything else? Okay, is someone want to make an amendment? Seeing none? Okay, Christine, I think we're ready to take the vote.
Hear me? Because my internet just kind of went wonky.
I can hear you.
Okay, great. This is on the motion to approve resolution 21-046. Councilor Beta-Stuvey?
I think she got booted off.
She got booted off? Okay. I'll put her as absent for now. Councilor Vasquez?
Yes.
Councilor Bencomo?
Yes.
Councilor Sorg?
Yes.
Councilor Flores?
Yes.
Councilor Gandara?
Yes.
And then the mayor?
I will abstain.
Okay. Thank you.
Okay, so now we're going to go to 7.5, Resolution 2107. But before I do, this question is, and there's a lunch writing on this for David Dallahan. I've heard it mention your last name a couple of different times. So David, for the record, and for all of us to be able to pronunciate it right, and hopefully I get it right because I win a lunch. How do you say your last name?
Sorry, Mr. Mayor, it's pronounced just like it's spelled, Dallahan.
Yeah, that's what I said, David Dallahan. But
H-O-E.
once in a while I slip, but okay, good. All right, I win. Dallahan. So 25 cents penalty for those of you who say it wrong from this point forward, okay? All right, so let's move on to 7.5, Resolution 2107. Need a motion and second.
So moved.
Second, Gandara.
Motion made by Councilor Vasquez, second by Mayor Pro Tem Gandara. And who's going to discuss? Alex Liu and Carl Connolly.
Good afternoon, Mayor, Council. My name is Chenyo Alex Liu with Purchasing Section. Gonna share my screen for the presentation. Can everyone see my presentation?
Yes.
Thank you. Awesome. Again, this is Chenyu Alex Liu with purchasing section. I'm going to present you the procurement for medical, occupational medical services for the city of Las Cruces. This is a request for proposal 19-20-117. This RFP was issued May 15, 2020, and due back to the city May 28, 2020. 2 proposals were received for this project, and Selection Advisory Committee met on July 7, 2020 to review and evaluate these proposals. And they recommend WorkMed Inc. of Las Cruces, New Mexico to be awarded for contract. Contract term is for initial year 1 year, and it comes with 4 one-year renewable option subject to budget appropriation. The contract award amount is not to exceed $300,000 annually, including tax. Some background and history about this procurement. WorkMed Inc. Has been providing occupational medical service for the city employees for a while. And the current contract will expire September 30th, 2020. The tax include but not limited to qualified medical professional to provide pre-employment and in-service physicals, medical treatment coordination for workers' compensation claim, and the drug and alcohol testing covered under the state and federal laws. And here are your council options, and we will stand for questions. Thank you.
Thanks, Alex. And Councilor Abeyta-Stube told me she's going to try to reboot. Her internet did go down. So with that, Councilor Flores.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and thank you, Mr. Chu. So who is WorkMed now the entity that is providing those services, or is this a new business altogether?
Mayor, Councilor, yes, they are the incumbent vendor for the city right now. They have been providing the service for the city.
So that means that this is a renewable year, or is it a brand new term of renewable?
Thank you for the question, Councilor. This is a new solicitation. So there's 2 vendors submitted for this solicitation. One of them is Mountain View, also with Las Cruces. One of them is WorkMed with Las Cruces. And WorkMed is being scoring higher than Mountain View at this solicitation.
Thank you. Thank you very much for the information in your presentation. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am.
Thanks, Councilor. Thanks, Alex. I can tell you this much. I know that Dr. Gallardo has worked with the city in the past under, I guess, a different business. And I've never heard any complaints or problems, and always seemed to provide services to the city quite well. So that's probably why he scored as high as he did. I guess I didn't see the scoring, but I'm not surprised. Apparently a lot of employees really liked dealing with him. Anybody else? Okay, seeing none. Christine?
The motion 21-047. Councilor Abeyta-Stube still off?
Yes. No, I just got on.
Oh,
Yes.
okay. Councilor Vasquez?
Yes.
Councilor Bencomo?
Yes.
Councilor Sorg?
Yes.
Councilor Flores?
Yes.
Councilor Gandara?
Yes.
Mayor?
Yes. Okay, item 7.6, resolution 21-048. Need a motion second.
Move to approve.
Second, Gandara.
Okay, it's been moved by Councilor Sorg, second by Mayor Pro Tem Gandara. And let me just, before we begin, let me just say that I had spoken with Mahesh, and Mahesh, if you're here, I want to apologize to you. I forget that we have a PRC review committee that a lot of times, you know, it's probably best to run it through them. A lot of times I'm just so used to putting things, especially if I recall a former resolution. But anyways, council may want to procedurally send it to the PRC before it's moved forward. But anyways, I think it's good to hear your presentation, and please let us know if we've done this in the past. So Mahesh, and if you could just state your name, please.
Yeah, Mayor and the City Council, my name is Mahesh Sita. I'm with the American Heart Association, and I really want to thank you for putting this on your agenda, at least for a consideration. I think I spoke to most of you, and if I missed some of you, I apologize. What American Heart Association is trying to do is repeal the existing tobacco preemption in the state law that restricts, cities like Las Cruces to implement stricter guidelines to control, tobacco sales, especially e-cigarettes, to minors. I think one of the key things we are interested in, in the 4 areas where the city can make a difference in reducing, teenage tobacco and e-cigarette rates. One of the things, the city can do is banning all flavored tobacco and e-cigarette products. That's one of the ordinance you could take up if, the repeal is passed. And then you can also implement laws that would, restrict aggressive marketing of tobacco and e-cigarette products to youth. This is like point of sale tobacco advertising where you see buy one, get one free, or 50% off, 75% off, advertising that's aimed at, young kids. And then you could also pass resolutions, to limit the density of tobacco and e-cigarette stores in low-income communities and communities of color. This has been the practice of the tobacco industry for a very, very long time. They concentrate most of their tobacco stores in low-income and communities of color because they know, rich kids with cars can drive up and buy their stuff. So this has been the practice of the tobacco industry. And, in 2019, Department of Health surveyed 7,600 high school kids in New Mexico. And they asked the question, have you, smoked e-cigarettes or cigarettes, especially e-cigarettes in the last 30 days? And, 35%, nearly 35% of the kids answered yes. And that number went from 24% in 2017. So it has been going up, and we are working at the federal level, AHA, to restrict, some of the flavored tobacco products, and also restrict advertising, working with the FDA. And as you know, with the COVID-19, this issue has taken a backseat, but this is still an epidemic among young people, and even, middle school kids. 1 in 13, middle school kids in New Mexico are vaping. So this is an epidemic, within our communities of color and minority communities and low-income communities. So our objective is to give local communities such as yours, some authority to control the sales and bring down the tobacco e-cigarette usage rates among youth, to a level it's not harming, a lot of our kids. I mean, just for example, it took us almost 50 years to bring down, the traditional smoking of cigarettes among youth to under 9.5% in New Mexico. While at the same time, in the last 4 years, the e-cigarette, usage went from under 10% to 35%. So we're trying to bring that level down to under, single digits so we can, control this epidemic. And also, as e-cigarettes have 5 times more nicotine than your traditional cigarettes, and they are more addictive than traditional cigarettes. and kids who are hooked on these have a hard time, quitting. And the tobacco industry has been pushing this as a smoking cessation product, which is blatantly false, because it is not a smoking cessation product. It has not been approved by the FDA as a smoking cessation product. And even the chairman and the CEO of Juul, the maker of e-cigarette company, testified before Congress, no, we're not a smoking cessation product. But they still advertise as a smoking cessation product. I mean, it's a misleading message. And a lot of kids, think, e-cigarettes are not addictive. That's how the tobacco industry has been marketing to them. And this is like a social, cultural thing. And it is very destructive. And, the tobacco industry has, created a new generation of nicotine addicts. And, as a society, we will pay in terms of healthcare cost, the Medicaid cost, and, just the, healthy living for these kids down the line. They'll be having complications with, their mental growth, heart disease, diabetes, hypertension, that comes along with, smoking cigarettes and getting addicted to nicotine. So we are hoping, we have been going to, different city councils, county commissions, asking, their support, your support to finally have the legislature, pass, this repeal. I mean, really briefly interesting, this preemption was introduced by the tobacco industry in 2015. Before that, there was no preemption. And it's not a coincidence they did that, because 2015 is the time when e-cigarettes were becoming more and more popular with young kids. And the tobacco industry was aggressively marketing these products to young kids. And so they went and put these preemptions so communities such as Las Cruces, they couldn't take any action on, imposing any more stricter guidelines than what's in the state law. And the current state law, which goes into effect in 2021, it limits a smoke shop to be placed, you can't have a smoke shop within 300, feet from a school. I mean, that's all it says. I mean, 300 feet is like, if you're a golfer, if any of you are, that's 100 yards. I mean, that's like, you're taking a pitching wedge and you can see the flag. So it's not too far. And it doesn't mention anything about skateboard parks, community centers, ballparks where young kids hang out. So you can put a, e-cigarette store 300 feet from your community center where young kids hang out, and there's no restrictions now. So if you repeal the preemption, the city council can say, we're going to extend that to 1,000 feet or 2,000 feet, whatever, your community wants to do. So these are some of the common sense measures the city can take if we repeal the preemption. Having said that, we have been, pushing this issue to have a uniform statewide law. So, but I mean, as you know, the tobacco industry is pretty strong, and we're still pursuing that statewide issues. But at this point, we realize preemption is a big issue, and local communities can do better if we repeal that. And I'll be glad to answer any questions. I'm sorry it took a little longer.
Mahesh, first off, let me apologize to Amber. I jumped the gun. And so to my council members, let Amber have her presentation. I thought you guys, I didn't know which one was doing the presentation. So let me let Amber do her presentation, Mahesh, and then I'll still go in the order of the council members who wish to ask some questions. So Amber Vaughn, are you there?
Yes, I'm here.
Okay, Amber, I apologize for that. Yes.
That's okay. He covered most of the items in my presentation, but I'll go ahead and go through it. Good afternoon, Mayor and Council. My name is Amber Vaughn. I am the Interim Chief of Staff. The 2019 Youth Risk and Resiliency Survey stated that 8.9% of New Mexico high school students smoked cigarettes on at least one day in the past 30 days, which this is higher than the national rate of 5.8%. 34% used electronic vapor products on at least one day in the past 30 days, also higher than the national rate of 27.5%. 8.3% of high school students in New Mexico smoked cigars on at least one day in the past 30 days. This is also higher than the national rate of 7.6%. Some information on the New Mexico legislature. In 2015, Senate Bill 433 was passed, which stated that local ordinances for the sale of e-cigarettes or nicotine liquid containers must be consistent with the Tobacco Products, E-Cigarettes, and Nicotine Liquid Container Act. And then in 2020, Senate Bill 131 was passed, declaring tobacco products a statewide concern and designating the state of New Mexico as the regulatory authority, which preempted all local ordinances and regulations. With this resolution, the city is asking the state to repeal the state's local ordinance preemption and allow stricter local government regulations within those local jurisdictions. And here are your standard council options, and I'm here to answer any questions that you may have. Thank you.
Thanks, Amber. So basically what this resolution is saying is right now, the tobacco companies got the legislature to pass a law that basically says this is the way it is and does not allow the city of Las Cruces, if we wanted to pass something that was more strict. It's either uniform throughout the whole state or not. And by passing this resolution is asking the legislature to allow various cities, if they want to have a local option and do maybe more strict requirements. Is that what we're doing here? Is that what the resolution does?
Mayor, council, yes, that is what this resolution is.
Okay, we got Councilor Flores, Sorg, and Abeta Stubbe. Councilor Flores.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and thank you, Mr. Sita and Ms. Vaughn. So my question to you, Mr. Sita, is given all the work you do with the AHA, the American Heart Association, has this, has the legislative statute that we have been challenged? Because it seems to me that preemptive measure, if a municipality is looking out for the welfare of their citizens, how could the state preempt that? And to me, it seems like it should have been challenged. And has it, to your knowledge?
Mayor and Councilor Flores, I don't believe the preemption has been challenged in courts or in any jurisdiction. I don't believe so.
Why not?
I don't know.
Well, I mean, the American Heart Association has the pockets to fund something like that, or even maybe even like the ACLU. I mean, why should a state legislature preempt the natural duties of a smaller municipal, like a smaller governmental agency like a county or a city in looking out for the welfare, the health and safety of their residents?
I think, Mayor and Councilor Flores, I think it's most of the state constitutions, give the state legislature the authority to make a law binding statewide and preempting local authorities. And it's done throughout the country. For example, recently, as you've seen, like states like Florida and Georgia, they have, the Constitution says like they can, preempt cities and counties from even adopting, mandating face mask. So it's written into the state constitution, and this particular preemption was never challenged because, I'm not a lawyer, but, the cities and counties don't have a standing to challenge, because, the legislature has the authority to preempt the cities and counties. For example, the Senate Bill 131 that passed last year that licensed all tobacco retailers and raised the age to 21, the repeal of preemption was included in that, but, it was taken out, during the committee hearing process, because we didn't get support from some of the key leadership in the House and the Senate. So we're trying to change that and get the support, grassroots support from the cities and counties.
Okay, I think, I don't know, it just seems somewhat ludicrous that that with all due respect to you, that you're asking cities to forward something to our state legislature to eliminate that preemption clause. And it just seems, if the state legislature, there's probably the without a doubt, the tobacco lobby who was behind all of this and has certain people in their pockets. So anyway, I was just curious, and you don't know for sure that it hasn't been challenged, or you're just guessing? Or do you know for a fact that there's been no state in the country that has this preemption clause ever challenged?
Mayor and Councilor Flores, I can check on that if in New Mexico it has been challenged or not. And then I can certainly.
No, I'm asking about any other state challenging it. Has it gone to the Supreme Court?
We don't believe so, because the most recent, Hawaii is the same issue like New Mexico. They didn't have preemption, and the state legislature, which was all, they went and put the preemption back. And, Colorado had a preemption that was repealed, last year. So it's like, this is the playbook of the tobacco industry. Since the e-cigarettes epidemic took over, they've been going to different states and putting preemption in there. Okay. And, the state, we haven't seen any other state challenge it, but in New Mexico, I don't know the answer, but I haven't seen any reports of anything, but I can certainly confirm that and get back to you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Sita. And thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Councilor Sorg.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Mr. Mayor, you were all right to bring this straight to the City Council instead of going through one of the PRCs, because this is very clear. Nicotine is highly addictive, and if we can do anything to reduce the use of nicotine in cigarettes or e-cigarettes, we need to do that. Just one quick question. Can we ban, after this is all done in the state legislature, can we ban all e-cigarette sales in Las Cruces that have nicotine in them?
If we pass this, you mean? If the legislature gives us, if the state gives us the authority, I think so.
Oh, okay.
I don't know. I'll defer to Amber or Mahesh.
Okay.
Mayor and Councilor Sorg, yes, you can. This is very similar to what we have in the alcohol sales. I think the city of Las Cruces has, ability to ban all alcohol sales in your city. Just for example, Quay County, which was one of Quay and Roosevelt counties were dry counties for several years. You couldn't buy alcohol in those counties.
Yeah.
It was only a couple of years ago that Quay County, said, okay, we'll sell alcohol. So yes, the answer is, if this repeal goes, you could do that.
Just to be clear, we're not going to do it the alcohol, just the tobacco, nicotine products. Okay, thank you, Mayor.
Yeah, and Councilor Sorg, thank you for that. But I was just thinking about the process. Like I said, for 12 years, we didn't have the PRC. And so, I forget understood. That we have it. And okay. Councilor Abeyta-Stube.
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you, Amber. And thank you, Mahesh, for the presentation. I supported this measure last year as it went before the legislature, and I'm happy to do so again. I do think that the municipal controls that we have are that we could have would be very useful, mostly with that zoning. And just to make sure that we are looking at ways, that the tobacco industry does target young people and try to work on ways to prevent that. Maybe not so much on that criminalization portion. I do know that we need to be mindful on that, but I do think that we have opportunities with zoning especially. And so thank you again for bringing this up. Thanks, Mayor.
Mayor Pro Tem. Oh, I thought you had your hand up.
I did, but I took it off because there were other comments that I was going to make, but they're similar.
Okay. All right, so, okay, I guess nobody has any more questions. So did you want to table this and send it to the PRC and then have it come back, or did you want to just move forward with it?
I think we should move forward, Mayor.
Okay, moving forward.
Okay, good.
Yeah, I think we should move forward with it, Mr. Mayor.
Okay. And I'll buy everybody an ice cream for not doing it through the PRC. So.
Well, what about the steak and lobster? Wait a minute, guys.
Oh, we ate that 2 weeks ago. You weren't here, so.
Yeah.
So you snooze, you lose.
Yeah.
Okay, so Christine?
This is on the motion to approve Resolution 21-048. Counselor Abeyta-Stuvey?
Yes.
Counselor Vasquez?
Yes.
Counselor Bencomo?
Yes.
Counselor Sorg?
Yes.
Counselor Flores?
Yes.
Counselor Gandara?
Yes.
Mayor?
Yes. Okay, so now we're going to go to board appointments. Let's see.
Mayor,
here.
if I may,
Oh, I'm sorry. Yes, Mahesh.
Mayor and the City Council, we thank you very much for this effort, and we really appreciate it. Thank you very much.
Sure, no problem. Thanks for. Oh, that's right. You're still at home, huh? In Santa Fe and Albuquerque. I would say thanks for coming down to. But that's. Huh? Yeah. All right. Thank you again. All right, so now we're going to go to board appointments. Parks and Recreation Board, Stanley Engel, appointed by Councilor Bencomo. On the Oversight Committee, Councilor Tessa Abeyta-Stuvey, appointed by myself. And next, we're going to go to the other board appointments to the Housing PRC, Art Marujo, representing the nonprofit housing. So I'm going to need a motion and a second, please.
So move, Mayor Gandara.
I'll second it, Sorg.
Okay. Motion made by Mayor Pro Tem Gandara, second by Councilor Sorg. Christine?
This is on the motion to appoint Art Marujo to the Housing PRC. Counselor Abeyta-Stuvey?
Yes.
Counselor Vasquez?
Yes.
Counselor Bencomo?
Yes.
Counselor Sorg?
Yes.
Counselor Flores?
Yes.
Counselor Gandara?
Yes.
Mayor?
Yes. And Christine, remind me what does the TSI stand for?
It's Transportation, Infrastructure, and Sustainability and Infrastructure Policy Review Committee.
Okay. I was just testing you to see if you remember what that.
I could barely remember.
Okay, so Mark Geiser, New Mexico, representing New Mexico Energy, Minerals, and Natural Resources. Need a motion in a second.
I'll move.
Councilor Sorg?
Yeah.
I'm sorry. Councilor Sorg was the motion. Who made the second?
Flores?
Flores, Councilor Flores. Okay, Christine?
This is on the motion to appoint Mark Geiser to the TSI PRC. Counselor Abeyta-Stuvey?
Yes.
Counselor Vasquez?
Yes.
Counselor Bencomo?
Yes.
Counselor Sorg?
Yes.
Counselor Flores?
Yes.
Counselor Gandara?
Yes.
Mayor,
Yes. Okay, next is Peter Ibarbo, representing the South Central Solid Waste Authority. Need a motion and a second.
So moved.
Second, Bencomo.
Motion made by Councilor Vasquez, second by Councilor Bencomo. Christine?
this is on the motion to appoint Peter Ibarbo to the TSI PRC. Counselor Abeyta-Stube,
Yes.
Counselor Vasquez,
Yes.
Counselor Bencomo,
Yes.
Counselor Sorg,
Yes.
Counselor Flores,
Yes.
Counselor Gandara,
Yes.
Mayor?
What
Yes.
about-
and Mayor.
Yes. Okay. Let's see here. John Moscato, representing the Las Cruces Home Builders Association. Need a motion second.
Move to approve.
Second.
Who did the second?
Flores?
Flores. Okay. Motion made by Councilor Sorg, second by Councilor Flores. Christine?
This is on the motion to appoint John Moscato to the TSI PRC. Counselor Abeyta-Stube,
I thought it worked.
Counselor Vasquez,
Yes.
Counselor Bencomo,
Yes.
Counselor Sorg,
Yes.
Counselor Flores,
Yes.
Counselor Gandara,
Yes.
Mayor.
Yes. And I didn't hear Councilor Abeyta-Stube. Did she say yes?
Yes.
Yes.
Oh, okay. All right. Heard something else. All right. Philip Simpson, Environmental Nonprofit Corporation. Need a motion second.
Move to approve.
Second.
Motion made by Councilor Sorg, second by Councilor Vasquez. Christine?
This is on the motion to appoint Philip Simpson to the TSI PRC. Counselor Abeyta-Stube,
Yes.
Counselor Vasquez,
Yes.
Counselor Bencomo,
Yes.
Counselor Sorg,
Yes.
Counselor Flores,
Yes.
Counselor Gandara,
Yes.
Mayor.
Yes. Okay, a reappointment of Christine Souter to the Veterans Advisory Board. Need a motion and second.
Move to approve.
Second, Bencomo.
Okay, motion made by Councilor Sorg, second by Councilor Bencomo. Christine?
This is on the motion to reappoint Christine Sauter to the Veterans Advisory Board. Counselor Abeyta-Stube,
Yes.
Counselor Vasquez,
Yeah.
Counselor Bencomo,
Yes.
Counselor Sorg,
Yes.
Counselor Flores,
Yes.
Counselor Gandara,
Yes.
Mayor.
Yes. Reappointing Karen Wood to the Veterans Advisory Board. Need a motion second.
Move to approve.
Second?
Christine?
This is on the motion to reappoint Karen Wood to the Veterans Advisory Board. Counselor Abeyta-Stube,
Yes.
Counselor Vasquez,
Yes.
Counselor Bencomo,
Yes.
Counselor Sorg,
Yes.
Counselor Flores,
Yes.
Counselor Gandara,
Yes.
Mayor.
Yes. Reappointing Hector Sanchez, Veterans Advisory Board. Need a motion and second.
Move to approve.
Second.
Second?
Christine?
Is that, sorry, Counselor Vasquez or Counselor Flores, a second?
It was Councilor Flores, I believe.
Okay. This is on the motion to reappoint Hector Sanchez to the Veterans Advisory Board. Counselor Abeyta-Stube,
Yes.
Counselor Vasquez,
Yes.
Counselor Bencomo,
Yes.
Counselor Sorg,
Yes.
Counselor Flores,
Yes.
Counselor Gandara,
Yes.
Mayor.
Yes. Reappointing Michael Cano to the Veterans Advisory Board. Need a motion, a second.
So moved.
I'll second it.
Okay, motion made by Counselor Vasquez, second by Counselor Sword. Christine?
This is on the motion to reappoint Michael Cannell to the Veterans Advisory Board. Counselor Beto Stuvey?
Yes. Yes.
Counselor Vasquez?
Yes.
Counselor Bencomo?
Yes.
Counselor Sorg?
Yes.
Counselor Flores?
Yes.
Counselor Gandara?
Yes.
Mayor?
Yes. Okay, so this is a new position, United States Marine Corps, a new appointment, Mr. Victor Edis. Need a motion, a second.
Move to
So moved.
approve.
Second.
Motion made by Counselor Sorg, second by Counselor Flores. Christine?
This is on the motion to appoint Victor Edis to the Veterans Advisory Board. Counselor Beto Stuvey?
Yes.
Counselor Vasquez?
Yes.
Counselor Bencomo?
Yes.
Counselor Sorg?
Yes.
Counselor Flores?
Yes.
Counselor Gandara?
Yes.
Mayor?
Yes. Okay, notice of proposed ordinances. There'll be no public discussion. Council may ask staff for clarification on the proposed ordinances. Item 9.1, Council Bill number 21-018, ordinance number 2951.
Bring it forward.
Bring it forward. Okay. Item 9.2, Council Bill number 21-019, ordinance number 2952.
Bring it forward.
Forward too.
Bring it forward. Okay. All right, now we're going to get to City Council member board reports and comments. As I mentioned earlier, we get to welcome our new city manager, Ifo Pili. So thank you for accepting our offer and coming down here from Utah. And I hope, I was interested in how you saw the meeting being run. We were on our best behavior for you today. Normally it's not this cordial. Usually everybody's yelling at everybody. And so everyone was real nice today. No, in all seriousness, we get along good. And I also want to take a moment to thank David Maestas for your service. I know you're kind of in that gray zone right now because you're still, I know Ifo doesn't have his city cell phone yet, but he's got a city email. But yet you're almost there. You're almost there where you get to semi-relax, but nonetheless, I want to take a moment to thank you, David Maestas, for your, almost 6 months, wow, it seems that went by kind of fast. And so you were kind of thrown in there, but I think your training as an engineer and all your background working with the city helped immensely, really. And so you and your trusty lieutenants, David Dalahan and Barbara De Leon, really helped and really kept things going, and as well as your executive team, your director. So thank you, David, for that. I know you're going to still stick around. I think I heard something about you retiring at the end of the month or something like that. And I don't know, but okay. But thank you for that. And so with that, we just wanted to wish you well. I know you'll still be around for a few more weeks, and welcome Ifo. Ifo will get a chance to speak here towards the end of the city manager's report. We got to get our money's worth out of him, so he's going to say a couple words after that. So with that, I'm going to turn it over to Mayor Pro Tem Gandara. Oh, or did you want to say something, David?
No, I just want to say thank you very much, Mayor. I really appreciate that.
All right, Mayor Pro Tem.
Thank you, Mayor. Yes, I want to say a big, huge thank you to David Maestas for your work. I know you came in and boy, you hit the ground running because COVID happened and you were, I know, so very busy, but I appreciate and very grateful to your work and just your positive attitude, even in the midst of COVID and all the things that were flying at you and staff. I want you to know that I've recognized what you've done and continue to do as you advise Mr. Feely. Welcome, Mr. Feely, to Las Cruces and to our first meeting. Really looking forward to building our working relationship. And so, Mayor, I do want to just say publicly, as I mentioned in the closed meeting, you, Councilor Vasquez, and myself are meeting every 2 weeks with interim Chief Dominguez related to police matters. We've changed the name to mitigate community mitigation issues, I guess. But really, what it's about is about policing and, frankly, reimagining police. And so I want to give an update with the notes that I've taken over the course of a few months. But we've talked about the website, the homeless situation all over our city, the burglaries and the vandalism specifically related to businesses and residential. But I also want for the public to be aware, and my colleagues, that on the website you'll see a new transparency page that is under construction, if you will, still changing and evolving based on information that Mr. Maestas and the three of us, and whatever we hear here, I jot it down and I take it back to the group. And so we also have talked about the audit and what we'd like, the auditor, and what we'd like to see in terms of the RFP. And as you know, that's out. I'd like to, I'm sure we'll hear more of a status report on where that is. I wasn't sure, but really pleased, but I wasn't sure that the rest of the council was aware and the public. But in February, with Amber Vaughn's help, and then Chief Gallagher worked on a survey. The survey went out in February, and we had 1,000 responses, a little over 1,000 responses, which I think is, about 1% of our or so of our constituency. And so meaning police have been able to develop sort of some preliminary information and data. I have a copy of that. I wasn't aware that survey was out. It was done electronically, it sounds like. I don't recall all of it, but it feels like there's going to be maybe a second round of the surveying, Mayor. And I would just like to follow up with that. And I think it's imperative that council know when these things are happening, that there will be more than one way that this survey is distributed to our constituency. I think there's a lot of people paying attention who want to involve themselves in this. And, as we went over the demographics obviously are more of our, our 50 to 70, 80-year-olds that are responding to these surveys. And I think that's wonderful, but I really want it to be representative of the entire our entire community. So we also spoke of, and I think there was some agreement about having public meetings, not virtually, if you will, but maybe there needs to be smaller focus groups in our districts related to how we can reimagine police, what people are looking at related to that. And honestly, I would really like to have a work session to talk about what the kind of data was found. But most importantly, and I've talked to Mr. Feely about this, is hiring an evaluator, someone very, specifically that can pull all this information together and not only present data to us that I think is going to be really informative, but also someone who, this is their business. They do it all the time. There's specific questions that need to be asked, I think. And I know that Chief Dominguez felt, there were some questions there that maybe wasn't sure what the responses meant. And so I still want to advocate for hiring someone very specific, a researcher, a person who can put this information together and be able to expand and on that as needed. There's a lot of things that we're talking about related to Black Lives Matter, the 8 Can't Wait campaign, specific policies related to developing a behavioral arm to policing, and what does that look like? Honestly, I've been very proud of our local law enforcement, our police officers, and the leadership. I mean, they have responded very specifically, Mayor, to the resident and the commercial burglaries, and working with the chambers and others. Other nonprofits specific to the homeless population. There's some awesome events going to start happening. One of them has already occurred, where they rounded up hundreds of shopping carts all over the city, and they will be doing a cleanup with the business in the El Paseo corridor. I won't steal too much of Councilor Vasquez's thunder. I'm sure he'll be speaking more specifically to that. But I thought it important to just keep us abreast. This is really the only opportunity until we have a work session specifically on these matters to inform council about those things. We also, I sit on the economic PRC, and I'm just going over some of this stuff because I think the idea in the past is the more senior person or the chair of that committee would do the presentation. I'm doing this presentation specifically because Councilor Flores was gone. But we had a great presentation about economic gardening and sort of the 2 other options or tools that Economic Development Department is wanting to use, or more specifically to address the West Mesa Industrial Park. I asked, and Councilor Sorg agreed to bring it to council. I think it's important that Economic Development Department continue to keep us abreast of some of the things that are happening, the grants, and just some of the awesome work that they're doing. And then lastly, Mayor, I do want to say that I'm really looking forward, I think, and this is something I talked to Mr. Feely about, it's time to review our strategic plan, do some updates. It'd be a good opportunity for Mr. Feely to hear all the wonderful strides that we've made in that plan, but also to start looking at incorporating other measures in that strategic plan. And so with that, Mayor, I'll turn it back to you. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Mayor Pro Tem. And so just real quick, how this started actually was we were having trouble downtown. And so the Mayor Pro Tem and we were meeting with the chief, and we would meet every so often. And then Councilor Vasquez joined us, and next thing you know, it turned out to be pretty productive. And so that's why we continued it. So just thought I'd share that with you all. Councilor Flores. Did you bring back anything for us from your trip? Little token?
Not for you. But since you asked, first let me just thank David Maestas for his service and for making it quite enjoyable to be working with such an affable, likable person, good sense of humor, and it's amazing how focused he was on everything, anything. And I think you're right, Mr. Mayor, that's that engineering brain that he has. It's just, everything is just, you know, he just pulls things from different drawers. And it was really wonderful to have you. It's been very hard, I think, on all of us too. I think some people have been through about 4 city managers at this point. And I guess he was the third city manager, interim. So I'm looking forward to Mr. Pili, Ifo Pili. And so I'd like to segue and thank David and then welcome Mr. Pili. And I have to apologize for mispronouncing your name, but I also noticed that Mayor Pro Tem kept calling you Fili, but it's Ifo Pili, Pili. So forgive us for that. So I think that we're very, I hope that the promise is fulfilled, Mr. Pili, that you'll be the city manager Las Cruces needs. I think you're going to find this to be a wonderful place that you've chosen as your new home and your family. And so welcome to all of you. And I look forward to having more interchange with you and your family. And so speaking of Las Cruces, and speaking of what I brought back from Serbia, a friend of mine, Charlotte Lipson said, oh, since you're going to be there, maybe you can buy your medication there since it's so hard to travel to Mexico as I used to. So my medication, which would normally cost $2,000 a month because my insurance doesn't even pay for it, I get in Mexico for $100 a month. I mean, that's a huge markup for the. So then I go to Serbia and I remembered what Charlotte had suggested. And so I walked over to Dr. Max Apoteca, which is the pharmacy. And so I asked the girls, because I don't speak any Serbian, I asked the young women behind the counter whether they spoke English or Spanish. And one of the young ladies said, I speak English. And I said, oh, that's wonderful. But the t-shirt I was wearing was my I Am New Mexico True. And I have 2 of those. And so she saw New Mexico, but I forgot I was wearing it. So then so she said, oh, so is that where you learned your Spanish? I said, no, it's my first language. I'm Mexican. And she said, well, how did you learn English? And I said, well, I was educated in the US and I live there now. And she said, oh, yes, New Mexico. And so she wanted to know what city, Las Cruces. She said, oh, yes, I've heard it's a very nice place. It's the first time someone doesn't say which part of Mexico is New Mexico in, and I asked her how she knew about Las Cruces, and she said that she lived in Massachusetts and Cape Cod for a while. She was familiar with Las Cruces. So I just want to say that wherever you travel, wear your Las Cruces t-shirts. I wore those in my Organ Mountain t-shirts all the time because it was just hot and it was just easy to wash and wear. So that's what I brought back, Mr. Mayor. I brought back 4 months worth of medication that would have cost me $8,000 in the US, and it cost me, whatever it is, it's $60, $70 a month here, of that. So anyway, and I want to thank Mayor Pro Tem Gandara for giving us a good a report on the economic development PRC. It was actually Gil Sorg who brought this to economic development to our PRC early on, I think at our first meeting. And because of COVID and all the issues related to that, I'm glad that it finally came. So I look forward to reading those minutes. And I just want to say that it's wonderful being a grandma in your old age. It's like, all I said to my little baby granddaughter, she's a spitting image of her father and of my son. And all I said to her was, for her to marry young so that I can at least maybe see a great grandchild in my lifetime, but it's probably won't happen. Anyway, and I'm sorry I missed all those meetings. I'm glad I didn't take my laptop because the connections were I only had like 1 hour and 15 minutes to get, to a couple of my connections, and I wouldn't have made it, when you have to go through immigration and stuff and customs. So, so thank you all for, I hear you all did a great job. I called everybody else and asked, how did the mayor do? And everybody said he did well. And how did Gil do? Oh, Gil did well. And so I got great reports on all of you. So anyway, I'm rambling. Thank you. Thank you very much, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you. Thank you for that. I guess we'll take that in lieu of any little gifts that you should have brought us, but that's all right.
Well, I brought you my health.
Oh, okay, great. Appreciate that.
Thank you.
Councilor Sorg.
Thank you, Mayor. I want to also thank David Maestas for his work he's been doing now as the interim city manager too. What job well done. Like everybody is saying, we're all in agreement with that for sure. And of course, to welcome our new city manager, Ifo Pili. And I just had to say one more thing about that. This weekend, as I was killing time, having to stay home most of the time, of course, I happened to be watching a BYU football game against Tennessee last year. And lo and behold, on the back of one of the jerseys, a defensive player, I'm pretty sure, were the letters P-I-L-I. So I figured he must be related to you. So that was quite interesting. And so anyway, I just want to ask the council if there would be an agreement to add a fly as one of the flyers in the city's utility bills. The League of Women Voters have put out a flyer that shows people the new things about voting this year. And I've got it here right now. I'll just give you an outline. It talks about how you can register to vote, about making a plan to vote, to learn about the candidates. It shows that where you can find out about all the candidates that are going to be on the ballot, and check what you need to vote, and the voting itself, the dates and so on and so forth. If the council is in agreement that we get this in the next utility bills, I've got 2 copies. One's a Word document, the other's a PDF. I can forward those on to the appropriate person that does that insert for the utilities if the council agrees to that. So, and then I just wanted to also add to what Councilor Gondara said, or this Mayor Pro Tem, I'm sorry, about the strategic plan. I agree that we need to look at that again real soon and give it an update. Okay, Mayor, that's all I have.
Thanks, Councilor. So why don't you send that to Ifo and his team, and then they'll kind of look at it through legal and make sure everything's good. And I'm sure they'll want to make it in both English and in Spanish. And if it's something that the city can do, I'm sure they'll do that.
Yeah, I think we have it both ways. Yeah.
Okay. All right, Councilor, did you want to mention who that Pili was? What game were you watching, Gil? Was it an older game or a relatively new game? Because I don't think they're playing right now.
No, they are not playing. This was last year's game with Tennessee, the Tennessee Volunteers, in which BYU eked it out a win in the very end. Just it was quite the game, exciting game.
It was a 2019 game?
Yeah, 2019, last year. Yeah.
So, Ifo, you have someone?
Yes, I actually have 3 nephews with that are playing for BYU right now.
Wow.
And just for the record, BYU is one of the teams that is playing for this year. They beat Navy 55-3 yesterday. Or 55-0 maybe, something like that.
Wow, that's pretty good.
I missed that one.
It's tough to beat a military academy like that. You'd think they'd score something. But.
Yeah.
Okay, Councilor Bencomo.
Thanks, Mayor. Go Aggies. Just kidding, I don't care. I am so happy to have Ifo, Mr. Peely here with us. I woke up this morning extra excited about our council meeting, and so I'm excited to come shake your hand and meet you in person very soon. So welcome. I hope you and your family are settling in well. Can't wait to talk to you soon. And yes, I feel like every time I talk to Mr. Maestas, we had our check-in last week, and I honestly can't thank him enough. I feel like as a new city councilor, this year has been, I mean, for everyone, I think this year has been wild, but as a new city council, it's been particularly tough, and David just has incredible patience and kindness, and so I am also I'm going to miss him terribly. So but I'm very excited for him to enjoy his retirement, which is very well deserved. So thank you both. I did want to point out though that I noticed that because we've had some folks retiring or leaving, or we had some vacancies, that I want to congratulate 3 really powerful women that have taken over some of these positions. So Ms. Delilah Walsh, which I just think is absolutely, I trust no one else to run the utilities department. In the meantime, I think she's wonderful. And so congratulations to her. I think congratulations are in order to Ms. Christine Rivera for being officially our city clerk, which I think is also well deserved and such a big deal. And she has also been so helpful in the last half a year, or however it's been. And then of course, Miss Lieutenant Kiri Daines, who is now our interim deputy chief. So congratulations to these really powerful women. I wanted to make sure I gave them all a shout out for the incredible job they're doing. I also wanted to bring up that it is the annual Community of Hope fundraiser right now, the Tents to Rents. So for all of you to go support the Community of Hope, getting people, we all know what Community of Hope does. They support people who are experiencing homelessness in many different ways. And this huge fundraiser, which is their biggest fundraiser of the year, goes from August through September. I was happy to be one of their sponsors. My predecessor, Councilor Jack Hickman, this was very much a passion project for him. And so I was happy to continue that support for Community of Hope, which of course is in District 4. Encouraging all of you to go support Tents to Rents and ensure folks have a place to call home very soon. And then, of course, any members of the public that are listening, you can also do that at tentstorents.org, and you can donate there. I wanted to also point out that on Friday, I was invited by local artist Saba to attend it's like very organic, very cool, happening on West Picacho. They're calling it the Picacho Arts District. It's just a bunch of artists who are setting up their tables outside their locales right around that West Picacho area by Nessa's and Coyote Traders, and Saba has a shop. And I don't know, it just was really organic, really beautiful. I've been talking to David about what we can do to, invest in and focus on West Picacho area of District 4. And folks have been doing that on their own. And so I just wanted to name that I went, and people were outside, looking at art, local art, shopping, buying art. It was really incredible. And so I'm excited to continue supporting that effort as it grows. Unfortunately, Nessa's, one of the businesses in my district, caught on fire this weekend. There was no one was harmed, thankfully, right? I know that the owners have a little girl that's often there, and so thankfully no one was there. But I imagine Station 3 responded quickly and got the fire out. And so looking forward to supporting. It's one of my favorite coffee shops in town, so it was really sad. Business doesn't need this kind of hiccup, definitely, but certainly, especially during COVID, I think it just makes it so much worse. So sending tons of thoughts and love to them. And then I think I just want to end with, a shout out. Yesterday was Labor Day, so just a shout out to the workers. I think I've said this before, I think workers are the backbone of our economy. I think, and COVID has really exposed how much essential workers are needed and how often little they are valued. And so just a huge shout out to every single one of all the workers in Las Cruces who make our city run. So thank you, Mayor.
Thank you, Councilor Vasquez.
Thank you, Mayor. Yes, I just want to share some of the comments that my colleagues have shared as well, and thank David as he retires and enjoys his time away from the city after a long time of service. Very well deserved. I do appreciate your demeanor, your patience, your expertise, and your responsiveness to every query, everything I've ever tried to address with you before, even prior when you were head of public works. You didn't let your ego get to you when you became the boss, and it shows because your humility comes across in all the interactions that you have with your staff and with us and with your constituents, and that's really an important thing to have as a leader. And so I'll take a lot of that away myself in terms of a learning experience from you, David. So thank you so much. And then want to definitely welcome Mr. Beely. It's exciting to have you here. I warned you that the water in the Rio Grande, was going to go away. And I think we're about 1 week out for it turning into the Rio Sand. And so enjoy it while you can. If you still have an opportunity to take maybe your family or somebody out there and watch a sunset at La Llorona Park, it'll make you and them fall more in love with our community. It's one of the cool things to see here. So welcome on board. I'm excited to have you bringing on former Super Bowl champion Steve Young for the Boys and Girls Club fundraiser. Since he's a BYU graduate, I'm assuming that you have his cell phone on speed dial, and let's get some money raised for the Boys and Girls Club. They usually bring in a really prominent athlete from the community each year to do their Lou Henson breakfast fundraiser. Another local Aggie legend here for us, but I'm just kidding. I'm sure you'd be just as good. But if we can get Steve, I got an extra room in my house and lots of activities planned. So if you can tell, I'm a 49ers fan. But anyhow, welcome on board. We're excited to have you here and listening in on the discussion. I know you've probably talked with each counselor about their priorities, and so it's no question that mine is the redevelopment of, in particular, the Solano area and the El Paseo area, and that's something I'm just going to keep hammering on for as long as I'm here on the council, is just to keep moving that project forward. So I appreciate the movement that we saw today. In part of the discussions we had actually with Police Chief Dominguez, Interim Chief Dominguez, was about some of the increased activity as it pertains to a whole bunch of different things that we probably don't want to see on El Paseo. The police department has increased patrols on their bike via some of their bicycle officers, and have been, I've seen them out there in the morning actually talking to people, talking to sometimes folks who have been displaced, who often, they hang out, folks like to hang out on El Paseo. And the reports I'm getting back are that, through community policing, that we're making a change there, we're making a difference. The increased presence and communication with people and businesses, I think, is making a difference. And so that's a small part of what, what kind of community policing we might need to continue to do there to keep our everybody safe. But also, the vacant buildings, a lot of those that have been overgrown with weeds, that had a rash of break-ins, empty storefronts were getting their windows broken. People were kind of just, they were taking advantage of the vacant buildings there. A lot of that's been cleaned up. Our codes department, I think, contacted a lot of the property owners and asked them to maintain their property even as they're putting it on the market to lease, And so that's another good thing that we can continue to do in the interim, is to keep some of those private properties in good shape while we wait to fill them up. And so thank you for that. And the only other thing I'll report on is in our TSI, Transportation, Sustainability, and Infrastructure Policy Review Committee, Councillor Sorg, and who's the chair of that committee, and Councillor Bencomo, we just recently discussed bringing back the plastic bag ban ordinance to the council, probably post-COVID, because of the considerations for the implementation and the type of impact that it might have on our businesses at this time. But we did want to make sure to bring that back up for discussion, expecting it to come out of our PRC perhaps in the next several months, and then back to a recommendation for a work session, and then hopefully action from the council on that. It's a small part of what we can continue to do as a city to combat climate change, and more than anything, help to get all this plastic out of our landfills and get and also make our community a little bit more beautiful, especially during those windy months when every mesquite bush in town is replaced with a Walmart bag with the Walmart crown. And so we don't want that look for our community, and we want to bring that back to the council soon. But we are discussing the particulars of what that might look like, if it would be a revenue generating opportunity, if there would be a cost share with small businesses, so that they would keep a portion of the profits if folks opted to use, a 10-cent paper bag or something like that, to make it beneficial to everybody in our community, and that folks wouldn't lose out. But I just wanted to talk about that, since it's exciting to be bringing that back hopefully soon. But with that, again, welcome, Mr. Peely, and thank you again, David. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Abeyta-Stubbe.
Thank you, Mayor. Hopefully my internet holds up. We learned an important lesson today that only one child can be on the internet and myself at the same time. So, so thank you. A few updates with our Community Schools Board. This Thursday, we'll be doing our strategic planning. For the counselors that are here, that are on the board, I'll do a quick reminder that we have some pre-work to do so that we can keep everything pretty efficient during the time. So if you haven't already filled out and thought about your strategic plan and the questions that were asked, please look into that before Thursday. And then along the lines with schools and everything, I just want the public to be aware that for school lunches, now all children are eligible for those school lunches. Before, it was just limited to students, so you had to be able to tell the school ID number, but that is no longer the case. They do want to make sure that everybody is getting a meal that needs to get a meal. For our health PRC and our quality of life PRC, they'll be starting next month. We have gotten a few applications, but if anybody does have some people in mind that they would like to encourage to apply, I would, please show them to the website and encourage that because we still need a few more applications, mostly for the health PRC. So thank you. And I am happy to see that more parks are open. I know that a lot of people have really had their resiliency lowered in the last few months. And so I just want to say thank you. I think a lot of people have been very happy to be able to get outdoors and be able to use those fields. And with that in mind, I don't know if we've done a check recently, and I do appreciate Mr. Maestas for sending us our MAC reports. But I just want to make sure we've had really good numbers in the last few days, I would say, as far as how many people have tested positive. I say that, we optimally want 0, but low numbers I think are very good. But I do want to just make sure that our testing capacity is where it needs to be, especially as we head into the fall and winter months. I know there's been talk of having NMSU, they're able to do testing on campus. I know there's private entities, but but the Department of Health, I know they can be very busy. It's by appointment only. And so I just want to make sure that we have all of our bases covered before winter. And thank you, David, as well. I know I brought up many questions from the moment you entered the position. So I just want to appreciate you for all the work, listening to us very thoroughly, answering and responding. You know, as a newer counselor, I had a lot of questions. So thank you so much for all the work that you've done. I really do appreciate it. I will be sad to see you go, but at the same time, I'm sure retirement is going to feel really good after this last 6 months. And thank you, Mr. Feely. I'm excited that you're here. I'll now have all my questions sent to you. So be prepared. I think it's going to be a very great partnership, and I'm really looking forward to it. I'm just reading over my notes. I feel like I'm forgetting one thing. But I just want to say thank you to my colleagues for all their hard work during this time. And that's it, Mayor.
Okay, thanks, Councilor. Okay.
Mr. Mayor?
Yes.
Could I add one little piece of information? Our count for COVID-19 today, it's the lowest it's been since June 17th. Down to single digits.
Was it 5?
Today, I think it was 9, and June 17th, it was 3.
Wow.
And higher.
Okay.
Mayor, can
Yes.
I just
Yes,
say
Mayor Pro Tem.
two other comments? I am very concerned about our testing capacity, particularly after big holidays like Labor Day. The hospital MMC was doing, 400 plus tests. I know that David mentioned to me that PSL might, pick that up. I'm not sure at that level. But I'm deeply concerned that we lost one of our biggest partners for that. I don't know if it's funding or what might entice them to come back to the table and be able to do even half as many of those tests. And so I really want to encourage, and we've known for some time that MMC was going to get out of the business of testing. And we should be further along, I think, in terms of our partnership with New Mexico State University. And so I don't want to lose sight of that. I think it needs to happen like yesterday, because we are no longer getting the number of tests that we were in the past. Secondly, I appreciate Councilor Abeta Stuvi mentioning the school lunches, but I also heard on the news that our families are not coming to pick up those school lunches, so we're not able to get the funding, the reimbursement. And so what I understand is Albuquerque's schools did a very similar to the EBT card and gave so much money in a card, and they were still able to capture the funding, if you will, the reimbursement. And so I wanted to say that publicly, that I think that it is I think the schools and Superintendent Trujillo is very worried about that specifically. And so I wanted to add that as part of another strategy or solution that maybe our schools here can look into. It has proven to be very effective because you're giving parents, right, that opportunity to get the types of meals and whatnot that they're needing. And so maybe that's an opportunity where we can share with our schools that different strategy. Thanks, Mayor.
Mm-hmm. Thanks, Mayor Pro Tem. So, David Maestas, do you think you can, I forgot what the name of the organization was, but it was, I don't know, a couple months ago when I texted you about, there was a lab that would test our first responders if they needed to do, even there in the parking lot, they just had to drive up in their car. They didn't have to get out, and get with EFO and see if they're willing to, on a larger scale, allow, maybe we can work out some kind of an arrangement with them, and they can do that testing again, because I think they're still doing it. They're off of where the
In the Commerce Drive off of.
yeah, Sam's Club in that area. Commerce, right, there you go.
Very good.
Yeah, we can get that. And then with the schools, if we can, I don't know, see if Superintendent Trujillo, I'll try to reach out to her, see if there's something that we can do to help with the kids and get those meals out for them. So, okay, EFO. Now it's your turn here. So you're gonna earn your pay. So you've got something you're going to talk about. Oh, you're muted, by the way.
Mayor, Madam Mayor Pro Tem and Council, thank you so much for this opportunity. Again, I'm very excited to be here. It's been an eventful first day on the job. I appreciate all those that have been helping me out. Especially Annette here. She's. I told her I promise I'm really not this needy. I'm really not this high maintenance. But I really appreciate her getting me set up coming here. But I've already begun, or I've actually completed my initial one-on-one meetings with our department heads, and I've mentioned this to them in our meeting earlier last week. But I really need to say I'm so amazed by the caliber of the people that we have here in this organization. Qualifications, attitude, commitment, and love for the city. Just high caliber people. Even with you, Council, meeting with you individually and your goals, and I've just been really impressed and really fortunate to be a part of this city. So very excited to be here. Mr. Maestas, we were joking around, and he told me, hey, I got some items for you. You're gonna look like a superstar. Your first day on the job, you're gonna have actually something to talk about during the city manager's report. But I just hope that, I do have some things that he's passed along, but I just hope that this is really that indication. Everybody recognizes this is an indication of how much of a superstar David is, and what he's done for the city. I don't think anybody feels more blessed than me having David here, helping me through this transition. He's been a wonderful help to me and a blessing to me. He did give me some items to go over so I can look good. I could look like I have something to talk about on my first day. And I appreciate all the department heads that have passed on that information as well. Well, just some items that he suggested I bring up to you, Council, just some data reporting back, our data on our meals during this pandemic, which is really neat to see. 100,000 meals to homebound seniors. That's amazing. That's tremendous. 95,000 grab and go meals, 3,351 state provided meal boxes, 400 meals to people under 60. What a wonderful statistic for me to report on. Also mentioned there was, with the Mask Up event, it was a success. I know there were 3 counselors there. I have the numbers here to report for that. There were 348 community members in attendance, 8 staff members, and 3 counselors. 1,400 masks were distributed, including 300 kid masks. And also there's an additional 2,000 sanitation kits that need to be distributed. And they will be planning on another, or organizing another event. Let's see. And then I know we talked about meeting with, talking about our CARES Act funding, but there will come on the 21st a budget adjustment, but I know we'll talk a little bit more about as we discuss what can be attributed to that CARES Act funding. Those are just some items that Davis passed along for me to report. But again, I can't say enough how grateful I am for him and all our staff here, our department heads. Again, they're wonderful. Net here, our executive staff. Again, I'm just blown away by the caliber of people that I'm blessed to be around in this organization. So thank you again for choosing me as your city manager. And please feel free to pass on questions and anything that you need. David did tell me that he'll be available even after he retires. So I'm going to say this in a public meeting so that he can't back out of that, and still trying to find a way to make that legally binding too. So. But again, I appreciate it. Thank you, Mayor. Thank you, Council, for this opportunity.
Thanks, Ifo. And they all say that, right before they retire, and then, you try to reach out to them. It's like
That's what I hear. Yeah. So I'm trying to.
The phone doesn't work. It's like they have you blocked. So. Mayor Pro Tem, did you have something you wanted to say? Or your hands up? No? It was just okay. All right. Well, there you go. So if there's nothing further, entertain a motion to adjourn.
So moved.
Second that.
Okay, motion made by Councilor Flores, second by Mayor Pro Tem. We adjourn. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
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 Those opposed, we're adjourned. It's 5:11 p.m. All right, talk to y'all later.